top 5, they're looking good to make it through till the end of today. How are you doing, buddy?
Buongiorno, all good. Ready for day 5, looking forward. And actually, I like the value of Skylar Woodward when you were looking at the odds. He was 33 or 35 to 1. He's on 6 matches. He won all his 3 matches yesterday. And today he's playing Seo, Oi, and... No, I'm saying it wrong. He's playing Earl, Pagulayan, and Oi. So not, you know, it's not easy, but he's well able, especially getting some rhythm and momentum yesterday, to win 2 out of 3. That would put him on 8, and that will qualify him.
Yeah, from nowhere, he's been, you know, in relegation spot for a good old couple of days, but now he sits in 8, and like you said, he's really carved out an opportunity. Sowa to break. SVB lost to the only other female player in the event, Cho Chu Yu. Can Sowa do the double for the ladies?
Yesterday I did feel that a surprise was in the cards. Also, Shane didn't look too focused in that last evening match. Today on the practice table he's there, very sharp, very much into it. He'll have a different mindset today, because a potential loss against CEO would put him in some sort of a spot. He's playing Konrad Justishin and Sanjin Pagulayan after this. And CEO has been very effective, very clinical in this tournament. Things can happen, a run out here and a break and run, or later another scratch by SVB. Needs to be sharp.
Yeah, on the other table, Al-Ghandi's playing Wukun Lin. That's available on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. That's a big match for Wu because he's on 11 points and he sits at 10th place. But he has played a match less than 4 of the players above him, so big game coming up there for Wukun Lin.
Yeah, Wu is playing 4 matches today. Khalid, Albin, Ouschan, FSR and Sowa. So he can do a lot of damage, and his second match will be against Albin Ouschan. Tricky match for Albin Ouschan. A loss there would put the Austrian on the spot. Now back to this table. Seo does well to keep as straight as possible position on the 5.
Good view of the cue action. How still she keeps the head.
If she's straight, obviously, on the 6 and close to the rail, she would like to hold the cue ball as much as possible. So jacking up.
Yeah, the previous shot on the 5 is where she's made this finish just a little tricky now, but I think she's okay. She can roll it in, Alex.
Yeah, she did well there. Held it. No, the only thing that could go wrong here is that she overhits it or that she lands just about straight on the 8. Nice. I like double speed here. Stay on the right side of the 9. And she can play it without spin. It looks like she's playing a slow cue ball.
She got into that well, didn't she, Alex? I was with you there. I thought it was a 1 railer, possibly 2, but she really killed the cue ball there, coming off that left long rail. Good shot.
Yeah, she hits the ball very clean and pure and able to play at low speeds. And that allows her to play this clinical style of 9-ball.
Very good finish there from Sowa. She takes the opener. SVB in early trouble in what you feel like is a must-win match. Also playing a must-win match, Nguyen is on table 2. You can just see there, he's at the table in the distance. He's playing Al-Ghandi, and along with Sowa, he's one of 3 players who's only won 2 matches, along with Cho Che-Yu. They don't want to finish bottom of the table. Yep, they're not going to qualify, but you don't want to finish last, do you?
The second rack, Shane Van Boning to break.
The differences are marginal. So, crunch time on day 5. Expect the unexpected. Something will happen. Nice break there.
Yeah, walking in the venue this morning. SVB was on the table practicing his break.
Then when he's practicing his break, so he breaks, and when he didn't make a ball, I was thinking, okay, is he gonna run these balls first? No. Gets the balls, racks them up again. There's another go.
I remember I was at a tournament, Alex, can't remember which tournament it was, but Shane was on the practice table using the triangle to rack the balls. Have you ever seen Shane rack the balls with a triangle? The speed he does it. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I think I have, but I never noticed it so quick.
It is incredible. Just to watch him grab the balls out and set them up and rack them. He must be the fastest in the world at that. That's just years and years of doing it, right?
Wasting about 2 calories per shot. A speed rack by SVB.
In no time at all, he ties the match up. This is why Nineball is an exciting game to watch. You just never know what's going to happen, and when we play these big matches in the big majors, and at the end of the matches when they start going close, this is why it's a very high pressure situation, because pool players know you're just a moment away from madness. He's smiling about something there. What's going on there?
It's good to know that your break is working. Especially in this alternate break format. We saw it yesterday with FSR, even though he lost that last match of the day. He looked like losing his focus a little bit, but then when it was his time to break, he made balls, he got shots. It kept him in the match.
Second.
A ball in hand for SVB. Let's look at the position of the 5 ball close to the 9. And if that 2 balls even makeable. If it is, he'll open the 9 with the shot on the 2.
Yeah, that's what you was talking about, Alex. He can just roll forward now. He's got a nice angle just to bump the 9 away. Needs the cue balls to slow down a little. I presume he felt he was hitting the 9 a little fuller. Still okay, it's a little thin one. He'll come off the second railing between the purple and the pink.
Like to stay on the right side of the 5 ball. He reminds me more actually of Oliver Ortman in his best days than of Earl Strickland.
Why is that?
The way he struck, Ortman had the same type of cueing, like big warm-up strokes, and then the actual follow-through was just 2 inches. Very compact. Pinchy.
That was a nice shot on the 7 ball. You often take them for granted, but to play it with pace and come off the second rail, back out into the middle for the angle, perfect on this 9 ball. Well, SVB lost the first rack, but he's looking good as he takes the next 2. He leads Sowa 2 racks to 1.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Rack 4, Shane Van Boning to break, leading to 1.
Watch the power of the SVB break. It really is. It's his own unique style.
Perfectly controlled cue ball. Look at the cue ball line going back between the second diamonds on the long rails. Plenty of options for safety here. Good shot. The easiest route for Seo is in between the side pocket and the 5 ball, with the risk of going a little flat. So the question is, if she hits the long rail past the side pocket, will she hit the knuckle of the corner pocket top left?
Extension code.
I would really like to go off of the left side on the table. From this side seems harder, but also smaller chance for a good outcome.
Foul shot. Bow in hand. Start the clock, please.
Took a look at that 7 ball, if it goes in the side. If not, he can try and bump it now. There's a shot to nothing. Position guaranteed on the 3 ball.
Are we saying the 7 ball goes in the side pocket? Doesn't look like it, does it?
I think it's tight. No, I'm sure it's tight, but I think it goes. Just an assumption. Feel like he would have tried harder, would have aimed harder when he had that opening shot on the 2, trying to bump the 7.
He's been a little fortunate. He tried to come round the back. The fact that he bumped it and left the angle, where it was easy to get on this ball.
Yeah, but it's with Shane. It's almost like he wants to get on the wrong side of the ball. Powerful stroker. Moves the cue ball with ease.
Yeah, another flick that's actually worked out in his favour. Well, it's going to be a clearance, but cue ball wasn't on a dime.
No, but you know, he practices all the big shots on the practice table. That's what he's geared towards. Makes me think about the training days with the Dutch team in the past. At Nick van den Burg, Marco Teucher, Bijsterbos, Feijen. And then we did a drill, and if they missed, if they didn't get the target, they had to do push-ups or sit-ups or something. But Teucher and Feijen, they work out. They're active, sportive guys, so they wouldn't reach the target. And I think subconsciously they wanted to do the workout, where Huji C and Nick van den Burg, a little lazier, you know, they would get to the target on the pool table, staying away from the workout.
Railing by 3
Sounds
racks
like
to 1.
a drill I need to start doing.
Needs a good result, Seo. Can't complain. We haven't seen that too much. 1 ball that tracks all the way to the corner pocket. Does she see enough of that 2 ball low right? If so, she can drop it in and hold for a natural position on the 3 to the side pocket.
Just won a big tournament, big ladies tournament out in Las Vegas, right before this event. Las Vegas Open. Yeah, Cho Che Yu, the other female player, she won the World Nineball Championships.
Thank you.
A couple of months ago, I believe, and Sowa got to the semi-finals there too, so she really is one of the top female players at the moment.
Foul.
She took a gamble.
Ball in
Clearly,
hand.
it was tight. She's flicked the 7, ball in hand.
Start the clock, please.
If you're just tuning in for the first time to 9-ball pool, on a foul, you can put the cue ball wherever you want, and you get 1 shot.
That's an explanation really for the bar players. That's English 8-ball where you have 2 shots, or in the old days?
Yeah, now it's 1 shot actually, but you know, people play versions of pool all over the world, and half the time people make their own rules up, and a lot of people, when it's a foul, they have 2 shots. But it's never been the case in 9-ball. I don't believe it has anyway. Maybe you could tell me, Alex. You're a bit of a dinosaur.
No, I know in the past, excuse me? In the past they played, I don't know how they called it exactly, ask Jeremy later, but sort of a push-out 9-ball. Like in every situation you could play a push-out. All the time.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
So it was very much a shot maker's game.
Well, one of the greatest shot makers 9-ball's ever
rack.
produced. SVB, he's on the hill. As we said before, he's on 6 points. He's in 9th place, so this will put him on 7. That will go tied with Albin, Ouschan and Conrad Jushishan. But that will mean SVB will have played 1 more game than them 2. This is his only game of the afternoon session, SVB. And he'll be back playing on table 1 to start the evening session, and then he will finish the evening session on table 1 against
Rack
Senjin
6,
Pilavanovic. So
to break on the hill.
2 tough matches for SVB tonight. Important he gets the win here.
Beautiful. He's getting there. His break is really getting there. Starting to hit it with more conviction, trusting his cue ball.
Push half court.
And the nice thing, tomorrow 10 players left, means that every player will play 9 matches in 2 days, so it's going to get busier. Less waiting, more playing, and I'm sure the players will like that. Difficult shot for a difficult position. So then the only thing to look at is the safety. She can bank the 2-ball back and try and get behind the 8 with the cue ball. She's now aiming for the right side of the 2. Also good, a containing shot. Shane looking at the 2 into the 8 if he can hold the 2-ball there. He's looking at the, he has also looked at the straight back, 2-ball onto the 6. The man likes to swing it.
Half shot. Bow in hand. Start the clock, please.
Yeah, it's nice to watch when he plays 9-ball. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, she's just trying to get the angle here to send the cue ball over into the cluster. She
Extension
wouldn't be
court.
guaranteed a shot though if she... Now she's looking at going forward, isn't she? So
Yeah, a 3-rail route is better.
yeah, well actually the 3-ball goes in the right side centre pocket. So this is fine if she gets there.
Looks good. For the pot, but landed just short of ideal. Will travel away with the cue ball and doesn't have an angle to open up the 5-9. Nice. Needs to bounce. She's off angle on the 4. Would be very difficult to find that 3-rail route to open the 5 and 9. Not impossible, but she'd be coming really close to the 8 ball. Well, the good news is a missed pot and a missed opening of that cluster.
Well, can we see some SVB magic here?
Knew he had that possibility of coming off of the 7.
Stayed down, didn't he? You know, and that's always an indication that the player kind of feels like it's not going to go in the middle of the pocket.
Yeah. Well, he went down fast and then he stayed down long. So I feel if he had spent a little more time preparing the shot, he might have gotten it. Stay away from the rail. Now the most natural route for the cue ball is just come down. And she's checking how tight the pot to the side pocket would be then. Nice. Good speed. I like her game. She keeps it simple.
Yeah, we have seen glimpses of what she can do. I know the results are not portraying that, but it was never going to be easy.
So wins the rack.
4-2. Picking up the pieces. And who knows what she can do. Is there still a surprise on for Sowa?
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been from in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Rack 7, Sowa to break, trailing by 4 racks to 2.
Needs 3. SVB needs 1.
The new break format, I would say Cho Che Yu is a bit she's handled the break a little better than Sowa. Couple of breaks she's done. She's lost the cue ball. Yeah, she made the one. Ball's not really moving.
Difficult push for Seo. Top side, low side of that 6 ball. It's always a bad spot, meaning that SVB will have a natural route for safe.
Push out code.
Very difficult. I would maybe push out for a jump here. Just move the cue ball 3 inches to the left.
Don't let Earl Strickland hear you say jump, Alex.
Can bring the cue ball to the 5. The 2 ball above the 8, 3 and 7. There. He's feeling frisky, Shane.
Yeah, element of safety as well, of course, but why not? Good shot. Good bank pool player, SVB. Good at all games on a 9x5, to be fair. It looks a little far, but it's tucked the jaw and fell, so now this is a good opportunity. I was just watching the other table there on my screen. Al-Ghandi's down 2-1 to Wu need to win. Al-Ghandi missed the 8 ball. Wu's just fired the jump shot. He's got a tricky 9 ball to go 3-1 up.
Wu Kunlin, as said, the only player today who's playing 4 matches. Khalid Al-Ghandi, then Ouschan, FSR, and Seo.
And Wu Kunlin missed that 9 ball, so it's about to go 2-2.
It's about to go 5-2 in the opening match on table 1. You can see this as a warm-up match by SVB. His break is starting to look really good. His banks are on. He's getting ready for stage 2. Yes, he still needs to win. He still needs to secure his spot. He's playing Ouschan and Pagulayan later today. But it's looking good. Winning his opening match today. 2 more to go. Secure his place for stage 2. And then kick on from there. I know he'll love to play 9 matches in 2 days in stage 2 of this PLP.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. Something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament. The majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions! It's time for a little bit of damage let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
play the second match of the day.
Good game.
Melling in action, I feel, with the top 10 players of the table going through to stage 2 tomorrow. It's about Melling, Nguyen, and Skylar Woodward. Melling lost 5-0 yesterday against Vietnamese Tien and 5-4 heartbreaker against Pagulayan. That cost him dearly, but he's still in it with a chance. He's playing Seo and then Oi and then Khalid Al-Ghandi. 2 matches where on paper he is supposed to win. On paper. But still in with a good chance to qualify. And Woodward knows it, Nguyen knows it. She can bring the 2-ball up table or bring the cue ball up table, but needs to figure out what to do with the 2. Or run it into the 3, but then the cue ball will miss speed. Or an overcut. I think she played a shot to nothing there. Worked out nicely with the snooker behind the 5, but I still like it as an idea because a very straightforward safety was not available. With the shot clock, she managed to find a solution that was okay to execute.
Extension code.
Well, Melling's first shot is going to be one of these kick shots. These are the type of shots he seems to make quite consistently.
Power shot, bow in hand.
Scratch looked like it was always going to be there off the left side. It was always going to go close, of course.
Start the clock, please.
He was just trying to hit it a little fuller.
Looking at the angle of this cut, needs left spin to avoid the 9-ball, and then also watch out that it doesn't bite too much, because then
Extension.
the corner pocket low left comes into play. Did well. She's young, Seo, and it looks to me, I must admit, a little bit straightforward how her technique, but she has depth in her game. Like she has a quick brain, I think. It's difficult to make it look simple. She does.
She could have gone forward off 2 rails there for position on the 4. Decided to play like a sort of stun run through.
Big 6-ball from here. Maybe she can play to the corner. Opa. How about that for a stroke?
Yeah, thumped the 4-ball in the corner. No letting back. She's actually coached off Young Kim, who was one of the best lady players. Well, you're probably getting on for 10 years ago.
Young Kim is a star in South Korea. Started as a 3-cushion player and now occasionally gets back to 3-cushion, as that's the big game in South Korea. The big game, it's bigger than pool in the Philippines. They have a channel that broadcasts 24 hours a day 3-cushion billiards.
Yeah, and that's what she is playing over there, so she's still competing.
We'll stun this.
Well, just like she did in the previous match, she's took
wins
the
the rack.
opening rack.
Solid. She looks really solid. Clinical finish by Seo. A little lucky with that snooker behind the 5-ball. Now Chris Melling to break. Keep his calm. Yes, he's the favor on paper against Seo. But it's day 5, pressure's high. The situation is urgent.
Yeah, I wonder if Chris
Second
is
rack.
keeping a
First
little
Melling to break.
nosy on the other
Trailing
table
one
because he
rack to
knows
nil.
he's on the same points as Wu Kunlin. Wu Kunlin's in 10th, Melling in 11th. Wu Kunlin has a game in hand. But he is 4-2 up over there, so Melling's just got to focus on his own job at hand, of course. He's made a ball, but he's hooked.
He has a glimpse of the 1. Don't think he'll do something with it because that side pocket is big on the left.
Push
Looking
out.
to play a
coach.
push. Tying up the 6-ball. Not really. Just use the 6-ball to position the cue ball. What does Seo have? She can overcut the 1 in between the 2 and 4 and bring the cue ball back down, but then the 5-ball is a big ball. She can cross it, bank the 1-ball down table. I like that, and use the 2-ball to hide behind. Or is she attacking the 1-2 combination? I feel that's too tough from here. Oh, what a killer.
We're going to see Sowa go airborne here, a bit unlucky. I thought the cue ball was going to sneak out there, it just held up a little, so...
Still, what impresses me, that when she
Extension
commits to a shot, I haven't seen her break down on a stroke. Not once, I think.
Yeah, she continues the follow through. Jump cue action looks to be pretty solid as well. Can she make this? Of course she can make it. Sowa goes airborne. Melling in trouble.
yeah, because now you go into the match positive, being Chris, but it's a race to 5. She's playing good, and then you start to think, okay.
If she plays a little stop shot in, she doesn't try and draw back. Just watch the way she plays these shots. No, she decided to draw it back. She hit that pure as well. But I've watched a couple of her games, and I also watched a couple of her matches when she played out in Vegas and won the title. And she really times them long shots nicely, just kills the cue ball dead at ease. Nice shot, hold the cue ball. Many a player might have come off the side rail and back out, but there's nothing wrong with this. She's going to use the back rail.
Less is more.
Table 2, Wu Kunlin. I've tried to keep you up to date with this because he's in a precarious position on the leaderboard. Well, this is a big point coming up. 4 matches today he's got to play.
Seo on the left. Oy, oy, oy. An extreme cut after losing position on the 7. Very big, formidable chance goes astray.
Wu Kunlin gets the point he needed. 5-2 over Al-Ghandi. Melling about to tie the match up with a gift from Sowa.
Melling wins the
I
rack.
think that's the one thing that probably lets her down. She plays so many good shots, and you think, yeah, now and again, maybe just chooses a wrong decision. Now and again.
Yeah. Well, actually, my eyes were on Wu Kunlin. I didn't see her lose position on the 7, so I don't know what she played.
She tried to come back past it. She could have just played it for the top.
Yeah.
It was off the rail, dead easy.
Yeah. Especially on these pockets.
Correct.
So, TV table, ice rink, speedy cloth makes it more difficult if you play with speed and spin. Makes it easy if you play at low speeds and use the full pocket.
One rack each.
There are pros and cons. Now needs to shake it off. That missed 7-ball Seo. Just look for a good break. Good action.
Yeah, that was a lot better. It really was. She's going to have a good look at the 2 here. She's going to have to play a shot from the 3 to the 4. It does look like there's going to be a path there, though. We'll get another look in a moment. Up next, on table 2, coming up, Pilavanovic. He's the man at the top of the table. Well, he's going to be playing Earl of Pearl Strickland.
At the practice tables this morning, Earl was in good spirits. And we were talking, Shane, Earl, and me, about the breath, to hold or not hold the breath when you're aiming. And then Earl started doing that and making all the shots.
He started holding the breath.
Yes.
No, I thought that was a thing. I thought everyone did that. You come in and ask me, and I said, well, I hold. And then I asked you, you said, I don't know. She's over on the cue ball. Again, the previous shot, Alex, I think she could have held the 3 ball for more angle and then used 2 rails coming above the middle. Because she's had to draw back into an area, so easy to get too much into it. Then look at what's happened. Never lost a rack from the com box.
Good point.
Needs a little love here. Could have been worse. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, it could have been worse. There's a bank on, but it's off angle. Cue ball will travel away from Melling's next shot.
He's got a safety option on here as well. He's got to stay patient to the task here because he knows it's a must-win. But of course he's attacking the bank. He's not made many of these banks though, has he?
Seems to be on the 4. The 4 is on. Chris Melling does not seem to be on just yet. We could be in for a surprise here.
Yeah, it's a tough shot coming up. Look at the distance. It's not easy to control the cue ball. Look at the pace she's played it. Wow. How do you like that for a shot, Alex?
Yeah, many players would have played that with drag. She played plain ball, just letting the cue ball roll. Nice view there, how she aligns and how her eyes go back and forth. Very calm. Little movement when she strikes.
Got to be a little bit careful here. If she plays it off the left rail, so off the second rail, you don't want to get too much into this and start going near the bottom right corner pocket. So she's got to find the right path. Yeah, good line. See how she stayed away from the corner?
That side pocket is big enough. It looks to me like she has an angle on the 7 where she can't hold for the 8 to the corner. She looked at the corner. With a trace of reverse, check side. Managed to hold it.
It's a cue ball to keep going a little more. So she's left herself a little bit of work. She's going into a generous pocket. She can afford to hit the rail.
Nice, addressing low on the cue ball. She's not going to roll this, wants to play it with more authority. Nice.
So when's the
Confident stroke to take the lead. Seo 2-1 over British Chris Melling.
Welcome back to Leicester. Yes, it is snowing outside and it is March. We was in Poland for the World Nineball Championships a few weeks ago. It was also snowing there, so I think we've brought the weather with us. Melling to break. He's under a little bit of pressure.
Good job holding that cue ball. Going across the table. Holding the line, not falling down table, what you see with so many players.
Yeah, there's been big discussions in the practice area about the FSR break, the Sanchez break, the way he curves the cue ball around under the stack. Players have been practicing that break.
Why not closer to the 4? Because then the cue ball would have reacted differently with more speed. Same thing here. With a rolling cue ball he could get here. Was good enough. Not wasting any time, Chris Melling. Coming into his next shot, this is so nice. Off of the rail, into the line. Always good. It's what you see with Filler a lot, Joshua Filler. Absent here in Leicester. He likes to play shots at double speed, meaning that he's coming into his next shot often, meaning that you can chalk and get ready while the cue ball's still rolling, knowing you're in position.
Yeah, it was a good break off from Melling, which has helped him win rack 4.
Yeah, big day. Okay, some people think the PLP takes a long time to heat up. Many matches, but the interesting thing is that we get to see the energy and the stamina and the endurance from the players. So tomorrow it's going to speed up. Top 10 players remain, and then they'll play 9 matches in 2 days. A lot is asked of the players. And who manages best?
Yeah, I think from our point of view, because we're talking about it all, we kind of feel it starts today, because we're going to lose players, aren't we? So this is what we're keeping an eye on today. It's a good break again. She's going to have to go airborne, though.
Yeah. The going airborne itself is not a problem. She's supposed to pocket the 2. It's all about the thickness of the hit. The thickness of the hit on the 2 determines the cue ball speed.
Yeah, she'd love to just miss the 6 and come off the top rail. It was always on that. That was always the problem. That was because she didn't have any control with the cue ball. Earl the Pearl Strickland is just starting out on table 2. He's playing Pearl Ivanovic. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel where you can watch the Pearl. I suggest you watch that match because, well, we just don't know how long we're going to get to see the great legend Earl the Pearl in these type of events. Straight away, I'm looking at the little screen. I've got Earl's. He's giving Sanj in the eyes. He's claiming Sanj is moving. Well, it's his visit. He's not happy with that, Earl.
Out of angle. Chris Melling's fallen short on the 4. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, didn't see that one coming from Chris. Straight into the back rail. Missed that by a long way.
Yeah. He wasn't. It looked like he was not ready on that shot, or he sensed that he was misaligned. Didn't have a fluent backswing. It puts pressure also on Seo to see that your opponent is struggling. Nice. There might be a gap. Still a good shot.
Yeah, the nasty little shots then when you're behind them, because the cue ball's got to roll all the way down the felt. And it just means if you hit it a little too thin or a little too thick, you're in a world of trouble. So the fact that she's got them both there, she's done very well indeed.
There is a gap for Melling. Needs to be aware of the possible scratch, low left. Hit it thick enough. Didn't scratch, but wide open, the 4 ball. And this match is wide open. At the beginning of the match, everyone would have said Melling the favorite. He has a good lineup today. He has a chance to qualify, but one step at a time, and now 2-2. An open shot on the 4. And struggling, Melling is.
Well, how about this? So at the bookies odds was 11-2 to win this match, Alex. Melling 1-10 on.
No good. Draw shots. Again, lack of control on a draw stroke.
Yeah, unless you can draw it into the rail and back off the rail where you've got room for error. Now, she's got a bit of an angle. She's still okay because she wouldn't have to jack up severely. You can see how she's striking down on the cue ball. That's what we mean when we say jack up. That's the American terminology, and she's hit that ball well.
Oh, did she hit it well? Clean strike. Perfect. Now basically the same speed as on her previous stroke. Punch it. And the heat is on Chris Melling.
Yeah, beautiful angle here. She can just softly draw the cue ball back out. And it's going to be another rack. And when you're watching Sowa play, it's hard to believe she's only won the 2 matches. You'd think she'd more than capable of nicking more points than that.
The rack.
Now Woo-Kun Lin, we saw him on table 2 winning his opening match of the day. He'll be in the players lounge or near the practice tables. As is Skylar Woodward. They won't be unhappy, let me put it like that, seeing Sowa 3-2 up against Chris Melling. As of now, Woodward and Nguyen are in the top 10. And Chris Melling is on 11th place. He's a contender. Needs to win this match to keep himself in the race.
Trailing 3-2.
Dropping the FSR break, moving the cue ball in, trying to arc it below the 9 or into the 9. Going to be dry.
Dry and an easy safety for Sowa behind the 5. And the 1 ball, she can put the 1 ball in a position for a 1-9 combination. So if she can put it tight behind the 5, force a ball on hand. Let's see. Ooh, that's a let off.
Yeah, where's the 1 going to finish? It's going near the 9. Thought we might have a bit of 1-9 combo action, but
I think I misread the angle on the 1. Now, this is tricky, difficult to control the cue ball as well.
Extension code.
Needs to watch out what happens with the cue ball. How is he going to run into the 4? Nicely done. So he recognized this and therefore attempted the 1-9 combination.
I believe there's enough gap where she can just get over them balls, you know, with a jump stick.
That or to the top rail. And I think she has a gap to the top rail.
Code.
Bend it a little bit with the right spin, get to the 1. This is tough, and especially if she hits high on the cue ball, it's going to slide so much. I don't think she has a chance to get to the 1 from here.
Yeah, I was with you. You've almost got to stun it into the rail, haven't you, to get it real close to the 9. I'm wondering if the little piece of Sowa felt the 2's tied up as well. Dangerous though, you know, when you're giving someone like Chris ball in hand, he's capable of coming with something.
Well, he's looking to get her on 3 fouls. In Nineball, you win the rack if you force 3 consecutive fouls by your opponent. Not good enough, I feel.
No, wants you to be tight on that 8. That would have took away the bottom rail.
Bottom rail with left spin. Gives her a big 1 ball.
This is a funny one. I don't believe this is on. She's got to really get into it. And you've got to watch you don't hit the 8 ball with your cue.
No. Now she's in a bad spot.
Oh, in hand.
Yes, she didn't even look at the back rail past the 9, did she? No. Missed a trick there.
Start the clock, please.
She's on 2. Now tight behind the 5, and he can also control. He should also look at controlling the 1, or in an open position, not near a rail, or really try and steer it behind the 2 and 7.
How important is it to get the cue ball touching the 5 here, Alex?
As tight as she can.
Well,
you're on too fast.
She can go off the top rail. She can go off the top rail. It's important that going if she's a big favourite to hit this, but you've got to make sure your hair on the right side of the 1, because you can come off the bottom rail as well. Still got to hit a rail after contact. Let's not forget that.
She's a big favourite to hit this?
I think so. I would fancy hitting this. Okay, maybe she's not a big favourite to hit it. I'm a big favourite to hit it, Alex.
From the com box.
Oh, wow. From the com box, yeah. No, but I mean, with the system you could use, you know, from the corner to the corner, she can transfer it over. The top players would hit that ball. But she didn't hit it, and now this match is tied at 3-3 because she's had 3 fouls on the spin. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back to see how this match finishes up. Welcome back to day 5 here in a snowy Leicester. We've just seen Melling 3 foul, so Sowa to tie the match up, Sowa to break.
Put everything into that break, but in so doing lost control, didn't get the right hit on the one ball. Difficulty of Nineball pool of Q Sports on the highest level, trying to play as if it means nothing while it means everything. Playing for the gap between the 5 and 8.
Extension code.
Difficult here to not be tempted to play force draw with right spin, but he's there. Tricky shot. Does he play the 3 to the same pocket? Nice. Go to the long rail. Is she holding the cue ball? Just keep it together. Control the cue ball. Like to be just about where he's now. Towards the 9. Or does he need to go to the long rail left of the 9?
He has struggled with shots with spin, hasn't he? I know he seems to have improved a little bit as the day's gone on, but he's had tip problems, obviously. He's got a new Q sponsor, so he's got to get into this. He's hit the 8. He has hit the 8 ball.
Okay, he can attack the bank. He can play containing safety. There's no aggressive safety available. Is he trying to put it behind the 9? Wow. Double kissed the 7. If it's a snooker, he got really lucky.
Yeah, I think he's been a very, very lucky boy there. Watch the cue ball here. Just flicked it again to send it over.
Isn't it nice to be playing 9-ball, Chris? A lot of heat out there.
Extension code.
Going to the top rail.
Okay, could, you know, he's got to come with a shot here. If he's going to play it in this side, they can see.
Yeah, he'll be tempted to look at the bank. He's doing so.
Oh, I think you got to go in the side, mate.
Really? I'm banking this.
Why would you bank it when you can pot it?
When I'm feeling like I think Chris Melling is feeling, I'll go for the bank.
Yeah, but he's missed every bank he's gone for. Well, he has. I mean, why go for the bank? I don't get it.
He missed it, which doesn't mean that he would choose differently next time. You know, we can ask him.
You got to go for the pot there. Especially, you know, he's such a good cueist and potter. Even if you're not feeling it, you've still got to tell yourself, I'm going to knock it in. And it was because of where the 8 was why it lended itself even more to the pot for me. But what a wreck this has been. 2 chances for Melling to get on the hill. But it's Sowa who gets on the hill. Wow, what a moment we've got brewing here.
It would be nice actually to have a camera upstairs in the players' lounge, because I think it's there where Nguyen and Woodward are at the moment, just to see their faces.
See if they're dancing on the table.
Yeah. So, top 10 players advance to stage 2. Chris Melling is on 11, just below the line. Nguyen, Woodward just above.
Rack 8. Chris Melling to break.
That happening for Strickland on
Trailing by
table
4
2.
racks to 3.
Loses the opening 3 racks. Strickland's chances, well, they're gone. He's only on 4 points, and after he's played Pelovanovic, he's only going to have 2 matches left. Melling's been punished from the mistake in the rack before. I always like to see that, though, you know, Alex, me. Is that bad of me or good? You know, when you make an absolute clanger in the rack before, I hate it when you get an easy break and run.
Of course, yeah. It's not supposed to be. And often it doesn't happen. The thing that actually happens a lot, I feel, is the tilt break. The tilt break, like if you play an alternate break format, like here in the PLP, it's possible that you miss the 9 and then have to break in the next rack. And then often you'll see a player overhitting the break.
Beautiful safety shot there from Melling. Controlled both balls to perfection.
Now there is room to go to the right side, long rail, behind the 8 ball. There's an opening, and then withdraw, arc that cue ball into the 2. That for me is an easier kick shot than what she's playing here. Right before the side pocket, and cue ball's gonna bend. Tough. She got there. Nice. Beautiful hit. Now, roll this 2 ball in and hope that you're not Chinese snookered on the 8 ball.
Yeah, he's under pressure here. He's got to knock one in. It's near the rail. Yep, went in clean. Little straight on the 3.
This is tough. I don't know if the pocket is open on the left for the 4 ball.
Yeah, regardless of the 4 ball, you've got to really put some power in this. You can see he's struggling with his bridge and doesn't use the loop that often, but he's going loop. But there you see the long cue action of Melling. Gets back with ease. Good shot.
Yeah, problem is solved. Now it's just about keeping position.
Extension code.
He can go forward and avoid the 6 ball, right? And come back out.
Yeah, it looks like it. 2 rails, trace of left spin. Would be difficult to overrun the mark here on the 5. Oh, he's playing low. Still good. Skid alarm.
Yeah, plus, you know, you should be further down the table. Let's not kid ourselves. So he has to come with another shot here. He may risk going into the 8. He could hit the 8 half ball and cue ball over near the 6. But he's hit it full and it's perfect.
Nice.
Where's the 8 going to finish? Well, that would have been interesting. I think it is interesting, you know. I don't think it goes in the side. It's a little bit like SVB's before, but on the other side of the table. Good thing is, though, where the 7 is, he can hold that rail if he wanted to.
Oh, yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
Well, there's a bit of an angle. No, he's okay, sorry. No, I've seen that angle. Hold the rail. Yep.
Hold your nerve. Nice out by Chris. 2 balls away. Would be a nice out.
Pinched the pocket a little bit there. That would just help the cue ball come off to make this 9 easier.
Chris Melling.
We got action, Mr. Lele. Melling needs the point, so Sowa needs the point because she wants to get off the bottom of the table, of course. And it's going to be a 1-rack shootout here on centre court.
Yeah, good stuff by Chris Melling. He's not feeling tip-top, but he holds it together. Keep the heat on Sowa. The other table, Pagulayan still in the commanding lead over Earl Strickland. Pagulayan really mechanical in this PLP event. The mechanic.
The deciding rock. So to break.
So to break. She's made a ball. She has made a ball. She's going to have some form of chance. Well, she's got a chance on the 1. Is there a 2-9 combo, Alex? I think there's a 2-9 combo here.
Easy. Keep breathing, Carl. Yeah, it's on. And the rest of the balls are situated pretty difficult.
Ah. Chris will know. He knew straight away. That's just the instinct of a pool player. She's got to get far enough down the right-hand side table. If you don't come far enough down...
Yeah, that's far enough.
Yeah, that's going to be good enough. It's a little too far, right? It's a little too far, Alex.
It's overrun the mark by quite a bit. I don't think she'll be attacking the 2-9. Side pocket looms large because it's a very thin clip on the 2 ball.
Yeah, even though the 2-9, there you can see the 2-9 was available, but it was all about where the cue ball finished.
Now, if she cuts the 2 to the side pocket, I think she'll run into the 9 and off of the 9 go towards the 3 and 8. So with a chance for position, she's elevating.
She's playing the pot here in the left centre. Well, this is all that Chris Melling can ask for. After the break, he would have been a worried man, let me tell you.
Still tough, eh?
Very tough, but it's a lot tougher sat in your chair.
Yeah, you can't win from your chair. But this shot with a little angle, if you force it with topspin, the cue ball's gonna put the brakes on after hitting the short rail. That's about the most he could do. More speed would slow the cue ball down more.
Yeah, smart shot there just to give himself a chance. Not tempting fate, but he's been missing a few of these type of shots. Missed one in the very opening match against Jason Shaw. Put everything into this, he knows that. Forget the cue ball. Got to pot the ball.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, nicely done. He's gonna have to go rail first, which is not the end of the world.
Off of the short rail, it's not easy. Needs to be thin on the 4.
No, I'm saying long rail.
Is there enough room?
Yeah, I believe there is.
All right, he'll make it, but how big is that 8 ball?
Yeah, if it's thick, but there is a big long rail there to hit. I still think he's okay, Alex.
Listen, you're 4-4. This is your shot. If he makes it get shape, he's out.
Correct.
Far shot.
Wow. I didn't see that coming. I just did not see that coming. I'm not saying it was the easiest shot in the world, but...
Start the clock.
The rail was tough.
Wow. I mean, when he hit the 9-ball, the cue ball could have gone anywhere, but you don't have to land perfect on the 4, but you always feel like, why is it landed there? Now can Sowa finish this match off the 9-ball? She's okay there. She's okay.
Yeah, the thing is, do you get this position from your opponent or do you put yourself there? More pressure here.
Yeah, but
it's missable.
Yeah, but I've no reason to believe she's going to mess these up. She hits the ball well. I mean, she still can. Yeah, that type of shot, she's good at that type of shot.
Clean.
Well, all she's got to do is get the cue ball out into the centre of the table because the 9 is sat over the middle pocket. So as long as she comes over, she can just soft this in. This has been an incredible match. Melling will be kicking himself because a win there, well, he was right in the mix and now he's got it all to do.
Yeah, missed chances to get to the hill first, missed chances to finish this match in a 5-4 result, and then Sowa from South Korea seals the deal, finishes what is left by Chris Melling. A tough loss for the Brit, Sowa, clinching her 3rd victory in this PLP and putting pressure there on Al-Ghandi and Cho Cheer-Yu. Next matchup is
hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Guy like Conrad. Of the Kazoo, champion of champions!
7 at least gets you into it.
It's time for a little bit of damage
Thank you.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Well, such an eventful match between Chris Melling and Sowa. The Korean lady had just come off a defeat to Shane Van Boning, and we had a bit of everything in there. We had a 3 fouls situation, we had a hill finish, and it went the way of Sowa, and that really is a massive setback for Chris Melling in his bid to get through to the next phase. It leaves him on 5 wins with 2 matches to go. Over on table 2, Nguyen has beaten Al-Ghandi by 5 racks to 2. The match between Pelovanovic and Strickland is still going on. We'll tell you about that in a moment. Albin Ouschan will be next up there. As you can see, Melling will be in action against Naoyuki Oi on table 2. Here on 1, a couple of matches in, as I've already told you about. We're going to have Ouschan against Al-Ghandi a little later. Jason Shaw will be on to play Pelovanovic, who's going so well in this group. And what a treat that is. Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz and Albin Ouschan, 2 of the last 3 winners of the World Championship, will be rounding off proceedings on table 1 in this session. So Jeremy, we're doing our mathematics as we always expected we would be doing today. I think our assessment at the moment is you're going to have to get to 7, and if you do, at the least that's going to get you into a racks countback scenario.
Yeah, it looks that way, and it looked that way the entire week now. A few of the players at the bottom have started to win some matches, so things will change a hair, but today looks a lot like the players on top kind of making their noise there, and then of course some trying to qualify.
Well, from Melling's point of view, he can still get to 7 if he wins his 2 remaining matches. But of course, he's had a couple of 5-0 defeats along the way, so his racks difference has taken a bit of a hammering. Anyway, that's something to keep an eye on later in the day. And from a match which has big implications for who gets through to the next phase, we now switch our attention to an encounter between 2 players who are definitely going through, and now it's all about building up the wins to carry forward into phase 2. It's Jason Shaw against this man, Pagulayan.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Michael. All these players, Jason, Alex, Ruiz, of course, Pelovanovic, he can do nothing wrong, it seems, so far, so he's going to continue to try and improve his position, but these players are kind of looking to that final 10, and then what could be eventually the final 6.
And Pelovanovic closing in on yet another win. As I was telling you, he's playing Earl Strickland. He's at the table, looking to complete a 5-2 success.
Yeah, and I mean, alternate break races to 5, all the great players, the most impressive probably. I mean, you got to look at the wins, of course, but the rack differential plus 25.
Well, if he keeps winning, he's going to get that up to such a level that it will almost act as an extra point to carry through. Remember, it goes to racks difference if you're level on matches 1. And then if you're still tied after that, it comes down to head-to-heads. It's not become embroiled in that just yet.
No, probably going at the 6 with the cue ball here. Oh, he caught it a little thin, maybe a little light. Fortunate, I think the one got past the side where that's not playable. Don't think he can take on the corner either. I don't know what the play is here. This is very difficult. Could maybe come across the one somewhat thick and kind of coast down behind the 3-8. Very difficult as well, though. Maybe cutting at this. Yeah, and what happens there anytime you're threatening a scratch, and that was a very possibility up in the corner. Kind of leaned towards helping the cue ball at times and caught that one a little thick to the pocket.
It's all over on table 2, and it's a familiar story in this year's Premier League. Sanjin Pelovanovic has won. He's beaten Earl Strickland by 5 racks to 2.
Extension code.
It's a match which had a little bit of low-level controversy. Some classic Strickland antics during that. And that leaves him now still on 4 wins with only 2 matches left to go. Pelovanovic, though, moves on to 11. And he can still improve on that with 2 more fixtures to come on this Friday in Leicester.
Yeah, really nice jump shot, and we've seen many this week so far. Some really incredible jump shots, probably the best by the man in the chair watching Alex at the moment. That heel shot he made against Skylar Woodward, Jason Shaw. Okay, he's just gotta kill the cue ball a little bit with a little right side here, keeping the cue ball between the 5 and 8 off of a couple cushions. Not too difficult. Now in a great position. Little thin on the 4, but he had to guard a little bit. Didn't want to let the cue ball get away from him. He's got a very clear up top left side of the table, so he should pull the cue ball a couple rails with low left English. Yeah, a little off with the timing there. You would have normally let the stroke out and come for the side, or a little calmer 2 rails for the purple in the lower right. So a little more of a shot than we expected.
Jason Shaw on such a hot streak coming into this match. He's won 6 in a row. His last defeat was on Tuesday.
And I think maybe 5 of those were 5-4 matches. So playing well and running well also.
Well, all his matches on Wednesday were 5-4, and then one of his matches yesterday as well. A couple of 5-2s to follow. One thing which Shaw hasn't won is the opening rack. That has gone the way of Alex Pagulayan. He leads 1-0.
Alex Pagulayan wins the rack.
So now that the Pelovanovic-Strickland match is over and it's finished in favour of the man from Bosnia and Herzegovina, next up on table 2 will be Albin Ouschan against Nguyen. Now Ouschan is on 7 wins, so you would think he needs 1 more to make sure of getting through. Nguyen is on 6. He's still got 3 matches to go. total of 4 for him to play today. He's already had one of those and he's won it. But to make sure of getting through, you would feel Wu has probably got to win
Jason short break.
2 of his 3 remaining matches. One more win will be enough to get him to 7, but his racks difference is only +1 at the moment, so could do with a couple more wins. Anyway, Ouschan against Wu, just about to start on Table 2. Matchroom Multisport YouTube is the place to go for all the Table 2 action throughout the tournament. Back here on the main table, Pagulayan leading 1-0.
Yeah, and the cue ball came clean there, so a nice shot on the 1. Jason makes the 1 in the side at a pretty high rate. Didn't make it there, but did get another down. Very odd 5 ball on the middle of the bottom rail with the 8 kind of covering it up from one side. So a lot of work here. Gonna get a little straight here on the 3, and prime position on the 4 is very much needed to get on a tough 5 ball. So limited options when you don't have much angle. Now he may have to take on a little bit longer shot on the pink 4 than he really desired. So this is where he can rely on that
Extension code.
straight shooting. I wonder if he's going to really work the ball here, if he just kind of gets out for the 4 in the lower right. He tried to really punch out. I didn't think that was really going to work. As far as getting position on the 5, it is. Definitely has a shot on the 4. Now I think he's sizing up a very odd combination on the 5-8, and if he doesn't like it, he'll just end up playing safe off the 5. Looks like he's going to put him on the 8, kind of push through on the 5 and try and roll forward to the back of the 8. Touchy shot. Oh, and maybe he's sizing up the combination. Yeah, he's going offensive.
Oh, there was a little bit of figuring out to do here, but Jason Shaw has managed it. Puts away the 9 to level with Alex Pagulayan at 1-1. They're underway now over on Table 2, Albin Ouschan against Wu Kun-lin. Unlike this match, that one could have a big bearing on who gets through to the next phase. They both still need a little bit more to get the job done. Sowa's win over Chris Melling, incidentally, takes her on to 3 wins out of 13 matches, but the most she can get to is 5, so it's too late to make any difference in terms of getting through.
Yeah, with the great format here, though, those matches still mean something because of prize money.
Yeah, every place that you move up the table wins you a bit more prize money, so absolutely, there'll still be plenty at stake. 1-1 here.
I think a few players taking a page out of FSR's book, bringing the cue ball in from the corner of the box. Seems to have been a little more common theme that I've seen the entire, last 12 months, maybe.
If there's anyone you're going to look to, for example, at the moment, it is Sanchez-Ruiz. I think at this moment, you'd still make him favourite to win this tournament, given the consistency he's shown.
Well, I was thinking about a little bit after the last match that I was in the booth doing FSRs, and of course playing great. You know, that's got a lot to do with winning, but the break shot alone, I think he's the best breaker of the balls at the moment. I mean, for quite some time now with our new rule. I think he's figured it out the best. And 9-ball players, rotation players of any sort, they really feed off the break. Mentally, physically, it's just something that kind of gets you going, or can knock you, you know, make you kind of pull your hair out as well.
It's a debate for another day, but it's arguably even more important than, say, the serve in tennis. It really can just set the entire tone. I think with tennis, maybe it's more important on some surfaces than others, but it's always a key factor in 9-ball pool.
Yeah, I think it'll continually be something that's looked at. I think it has to have eyes put on it at all times, just how great the players are. Alex has always been one of the better players with the crutch. Surprised he's using it here. He can certainly reach this ball.
He's just showing off how good he is with it.
Maybe. In America, we used to make all kinds of games at the pool room, and playing a player with the crutch full time is one of those proposition games.
Tends to be the shorter guys who are the best using it, whatever the cue sport is, because obviously you need it more and have more experience with it.
Yeah, and Alex, who spent a lot of time, of course, raised, I think, from the age of 12 or 13 in Canada, spent a lot of time on the 6x12, which you do pick out a lot of shorter shots, right? But when you're training, you're going to train with the bridge a little bit more than 9-ball players.
So for the second time, it's Pagulayan, a rack clear at 2-1.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Snowing outside here in Leicester. It's been a very cold week in the East Midlands of England. And inside, a few players looking to put in a late flurry to get through to the next phase. These two don't have to worry about that. Jason Shaw and Alex Pagulayan. Pagulayan 2-1 in front as Shaw breaks in rack 4.
Getting the ball down. A lot of spin that time. Made the wing ball, actually, the corner ball, the blue 2. pink 4 is a little tied up, but he could probably go for a cross-side bank maybe on the 4 later in the rack. Don't, you know, the 3's not terrible to come across to break the 4-7 out, but really hard to gain the angle, the proper angle off the 1. So I think he'll just play for the bank. And don't want to be too straight here on the 3 though. Wants to be able to work the rock a little bit. He's gotten pretty nice on this bank to where he can just draw back, you know, maybe to the corner of the box, the break box. Doesn't really need that much. That'll offer a natural angle off the 5 to the 6.
You mentioned the prize money there a little earlier, Jeremy, and I think it's worth outlining how that works. Minimum for any player is $2,500, even if you finish in last place. And it goes up steadily with every position. For anyone who gets through to the next phase, you're guaranteed at least $4,500. If you make it through to Monday, $6,250 is the least you can have, and it goes all the way up to $20,000 for the winner, all from a total prize fund of $100,000.
Yeah, I think for the type of tournament, the round robin, so much play by all the players. I think the breakdown on the money is excellent. Surprising short here on this ball. That's the only real mistake, getting on the 7. And I doubt he backs off here, whether it's a cuttable ball or a bank shot.
Extension code.
I think it is cuttable, but awfully thin. And the way he's kind of standing behind the ball tells me he is going to go for the cut, I think. The tip position will tell us, yeah, it's a little high, so definitely cutting it. And you can always tell how thin the shot is when the cue ball goes some 4 rails back and forth before the object ball gets to the pocket.
Shaw just seems to play shots like that so well with that 7. The really thin cuts, makes such a high percentage of them. And the high early standard in this match is continuing for the second time. Jason Shaw has drawn level. It's 2 apiece. Then we've barely had time to draw breath and get a look at the league table as it stands. Sanyan Pelovanovic setting the standard for everyone else to follow. Jason Shaw, if he wins this match, will go level with him on matches won, but would still be behind him on the racks countback. And he go down there to 10th place. That's the last qualifying position for the next phase. And you see Woo Kun Lin there on 6. Well, he's in action at the moment against Albin Ouschan, who's just ahead of him on 7, and really could do with one more win to make sure. That one is 1-1 at the moment over on table 2. And you can see that win for Sowa against Chris Melling means she's now moved ahead of Khalid Al-Ghandi and is up to 14th place.
Alex Pagulayan to break 2 racks each.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on those players with only 7 wins, even though they do have 3 matches. They feel like odds are in their favor, but
Get Van Boning, he's on 7 wins. He's only got 2 matches left to get another win. And he's behind the other players on 7 wins in racks difference.
yeah, it's going to be a little easier to calculate as the day progresses, but definitely a lot going on at the bottom of that board, right at the, I would say, even as much as where Conrad's at in the 6th position. I think there's some pressure on him there.
Well, he's actually the next opponent for Van Boning. Now, if SVB was to lose that one, his final match is against Pelovanovic. So that could become very significant for him tonight. He might be needing to win it, and maybe even by a particular score, to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, he's got a match under his belt today, which is, I think, huge. Got to break the balls, and he was very good at it so far in day 5. Big shot here going in the corner. Trying to stun forward. He may roll it. Just a little preference. A little awkward cueing as well, you can see.
Extension
Well,
call.
high quality so far from these two, and we'll see if Alex can keep that trend going in game number 5.
Both of these players in a similar position in their careers at the moment. Pagulayan has clearly got a renewed enthusiasm for competition and has made a really promising start to 2023. And Shaw, although he's a decade younger, well, he also is in a stage of renewal, because when he won the international towards the end of last year, he did say that he had maybe lost his passion and his enthusiasm for a while and was only just starting to get it back. So they're both almost starting afresh in their careers in the last few months.
Yeah, that wasn't the best. Tip came up a little bit, didn't get the draw on the ball, and I think sometimes, you know, these players, you know, that are very popular players as well, right? They can look at the business side of things in the game. You know, Shaw owns a pool room. Family man, of course. Alex, the same thing. Family man does a lot of traveling back home to the Philippines. So I think you can fool yourself sometimes and say I lost my interest a little bit, where it's a combination of things that maybe pique your interest, you know, otherwise.
Start the clock, please.
Yeah, and it's so hard to be competitive at the highest level now without having a full focus on the game. That's what the likes of Albin, Ouschan, Joshua Filler, Shane Van Bonen are doing, and that's why they've been the most successful players over the last few years, and now in turn FSR.
Yeah, as many things we like to do. Talked to Shane years ago about it, and you know, we brought up golf, and he said, well, I had to leave something behind to make sure I stay focused. He's got his one hobby, of course, the entire world knows about, the fishing, but that's not a physical thing that's going to take away so much at times, right? But trying to be the best in the world, hard to do too many other things.
Such has been the standard in this match. It had the look of a contest where just one error could make an enormous difference, and Pagulayan has perhaps made it there, and it's allowed Jason Shaw to lead for the first time in this match at 3 racks to 2. The Shaws have said looking for his 7th win in a row. When you consider the 2 matches he has lost were both 5-4, he could very easily have been chasing a 100% league phase 1 record here.
Yeah, a little bonus should be if someone does that, right? It was 15-0 the first 5 days.
Yeah, 13 was the most anyone got last year, and Shaw can still reach that. So can Televanovic. So Shaw ahead for the first time now at 3-2. Over on table 2, Woo Kun Lin, who's in that all-important 10th spot at the moment, leads Albin Ouschan 2-1.
Yeah, he missed the one on the side. Again, he does have a sliver of the one, but I'm not sure there's much there. With the 7 impeding, hard to run the cue ball. And I think Woo is the mentality, the temperament that's kind of perfect for the pressure. Even though you wouldn't say he's like, top 5 guy in the world, but he's a great player. Top 30 in the world for sure. And you look at the player he's playing, might take a little more of the heat under the situation, have a little more expectation, and of course our defending champion in Albin Ouschan.
Yeah, Woo got off to a really bad start, lost his first 3 matches, but when you look at it, he's won 6 out of 9 since then, which is a pretty good ratio when you consider the overall strength and depth of the opposition he's facing.
Yeah, that wasn't what he wanted there. You can see a little scratch of the head and kind of probably asking himself, what was that? Certainly feel like he wanted to get the one behind the purple 5. Now he's going to have an opportunity to kick out of it, but when you talk about errors, that's almost just as bad as the mistake Alex had in the last rack. Putting yourself in a bad position now. Can get behind the 8. I don't know if he can get enough of the 1 there. He'll have to elevate the cue to do that. I thought he would kick and try and kind of bank the 1 around. Yeah, he's trying to pocket the 1 off the 2. I think this was the shot anyways, really. Some type of distance, playing the cue ball to the back rail.
It's Pagulayan, a player whose heyday came in the mid to late 2000s when he won so many of the game's biggest titles, won the World Championship and the US Open. For that golden spell in the middle of the decade, he went on to add the World Masters in 2008, where it's just one strong opponent after another.
Much better draw stroke from distance since the error in the last game. Nguyen just made a beautiful shot after snookering himself. Big position, trying to go up 3-1 in a huge match. We're in such a good spot, being able to watch both tables. It's hard not to watch table 2 with so much going on there.
I think the split screen function could be an overdrive this evening when we have matches going on that we've got one where the significance of it hinges on the outcome of the other one. That's what a day like today is all about. The final day of phase 1. Nice shot there from Woodward, so it looks as though he's going 3-1 up. Ouschan has really faded a bit because he won all of his first 4 matches. Done 7 wins out of 12, and he's 3-1 down in that one.
I'd have to look back, but did it all kind of go down a hill a little bit more for Albin when after he lost to Sowa?
Well, that was the match that ended his winning start. And it was the same last year. He won his first 10. Then he lost to Al-Ghandi, who he'd beaten in the final the year before. And it was the start of a run of 4 straight defeats. Not quite as extreme as that this year, but similar sort of thing. So strong in terms of his results early on in this phase, and then 1 defeat. He's not been the same player since. Alex Pagulayan, on the other hand, has been pretty strong throughout. And he's level once again in this high-quality contest with Jason Shaw. It's 3-all. The finish is next. snow still falling in Leicester. We're nice and warm inside at the Morningside Arena, and things are hotting up on this final day of Phase 1 in the Premier League. We know these two are both going to be in the next phase, which starts tomorrow. They're all trying to pile up as many wins as they can to take forward into that next stage. And it's 3-3 here in a really high-quality contest.
Yeah, great break off and even better result. Cupcake 2-ball, real natural position on the 3. Doesn't appear of any big issues. Oh, the 4. Oh, kind of overlooked that. Doesn't pass the 6. Not a tough combination if you get pretty good position on it. Looks like he's going inside English, trying to hit 2 rails inside the 3 like that. And the reason why you do that versus 1 rail, that way you never really have to worry about the 8. Impossible to get snookered that way. So if the pressure's on and you're a little worried, you can kind of recreate the route to make sure don't really have issues. And Albin missed another ball on the other table, so may have gotten a roll behind it, but he looks a little unsettled so far. That's got to go.
Someone asked me a question yesterday, Jeremy, that I wasn't able to provide an answer for, but you might. It's a term you used there a moment ago, English. So that's known in over this part of the world in snooker, that would be called side. So why is it known as English? Is that why?
Yeah, this came up actually, and we got a lot of answers, but I think the most common answer is in the 1800s at some time or another. The English had used leather tips, where American pool did not, and there was a man that toured, an Englishman that toured, and because of the leather tips he could spin the ball incredibly. So touring the country doing so many things, the Americans just called it English, just because the man was English himself. So kind of interesting.
A much more detailed answer than I was even hoping for. You were around in those days, of course, weren't you, Jeremy?
Yeah. Well, this is a bad situation for Alex. He's just got to take this, roll it in, and then maybe a cross-side bank on the 5. Oh, my. And that happens so often when you know there's not really much of a reward for pocketing the ball.
And yet, at the same time, perhaps a significant penalty for missing it. Chance here for Shaw to get to the hill, and of course he'll be breaking in the next rack. That would always be the case for the first player to the hill in a winner breaks format. Anxious moments. Not sure who exactly he's looking at there.
Yeah, a little laugh, knowing he got away with one. Didn't hit that one too well. Did fall, and that ball's been hanging a lot this week.
Maybe got away with that one. Pagulayan didn't get away with his miss a few shots earlier, and so Jason Shaw leads by 4 racks to 3 as he looks for his 7th win in a row. It would take him level with Sanyam Pelovanovic, although he'd still be in 2nd place because he'd trail on the racks difference. Nguyen over on table 2 is 2 balls away from a 4-1 lead over Albin Ouschan. Now that would be a hugely significant win. Indeed, if he was to win by a comfortable margin, well, that could be very significant as well, because it's so tight around that cut-off line, the racks difference really could come into it, depending on who gets in there. You look at the players on 5 wins. You've got Melling -9 racks difference, Luong -13, whereas Nguyen is +1. But then if it comes down to a head-to-head between, say, Wu and Woodward on the racks difference, well, they're dead level on that at the moment. Anyway, back here, Shaw on the hill.
Yeah, and if you look at, you know, Albin's road here on day 5, it doesn't get any easier. He plays FSR in his next match and then ends with Alex Pagulayan.
Yeah, and equally so from the racks difference point of view. He's only +7, so he could get dragged down if he doesn't get a couple of racks back there.
Going to be a little upset with that, mainly because the cue ball. Didn't really figure to get the snooker for sure, but he won the cue ball all the way to the bottom rail. Alex may attack with a cut shot here. Take a little chance with the cue ball. And it looks like he's going to play the safety off the right side of the one, maybe. Should be able to tell from his tip position. All right, it's straight high ball, so that tells me he's cutting at it. Really clean there. Anytime the cue ball holds its line like that, especially on the slick table, that tells you hit it about as pure as you could.
And the rewards could be big, because this is a great chance to make it 4-all. It would be a third hill-hill finish in a row for Pagulayan. He's won both of the last two.
Yeah, he wants to get position as quick as possible here. He may sacrifice some distance. The 7 and 8 are two big balls for the line on the cue ball, and he's fairly flush and full on the pink 4. So he may just draw straight out, maybe to the head string, take a long shot. He decided to come by the 8. Good speed. Easy to overhit that one. Yeah, we should be set up for a hill-hill match with Alex breaking and Nguyen has ball in hand against Albin Ouschan. For a decisive win at 5-1 and much needed.
And once he made that length of the table cut shot, it always seemed much more likely than not that Alex Pagulayan would get things done from there. And he has. So once again, he's going the distance. It's 4 apiece. Over on 2. Nguyen just a few balls away from beating Albin Ouschan 5-1. It would get him to 7 wins. We've been talking about that all week as the target. So this may well be enough to get him through, and he's got a couple more matches to make sure anyway. Recent World Championship semi-finalist. A stage that he had reached before.
It looks like he may have gotten a little straight here to where he really has to draw the cue ball maybe 2-3 rails back where he's standing and back at the 7.
Wu currently 10th in the table. If he wins that, it'll take him all the way up to 7th. 1 rack to decide this.
Yeah, he made the one in the side. Looks like the 2 ball's really the shot of the rack, Michael. He gets that down, he'll be in position on the 3. He's got to work the rock a little bit to the 4, but got to like his chances if he knocks this in.
At 1-all, that's a fairly routine shot. At 4-all, it's a different story. Pagulayan has stood up to it, and now the chance is there. And if he does win the match, he'll stay 4th in the table. But the 3 players above him, Pelovanovic, Shaw and Sanchez-Ruiz, he'll have beaten those 3 in successive matches. Does that do for a player's confidence, a sequence of results like that?
Yeah, it just needs a little bit of left English here to flick the 4 in and come 1 rail between the 5-6. Oh, you got a lot out of that. This is going to get a little more angle than he wanted, but should be able to work the rock.
Nguyen has now closed it out. He's beaten Albin Ouschan 5-1. Good result for him. It leaves Ouschan with a little bit of doubt still about his place in the next phase. So he looks to retain this title.
All right, pretty perfect on the 7, just to come 1 rail out to the center. Could come across a little more to get straight, but I think Alex is going to dig on the cue ball here. He doesn't want this to get turned loose and open up that side pocket. He cut a little thin, so the cue ball's going to have a little movement. Ooh.
Had quality all the way in this match. Pagulayan is keeping the drama going as well, all the way to the finish.
Going with a high ball, 2 rails for the 9 in the lower left. Speed's going to be good. He wants to stay off the rail with the cue ball.
Well, Alex Pagulayan made the early running. He went 4-3 down, but he's won the last 2 racks and has beaten Jason Shaw. Not many people have done that this week. It's 3 wins in a row for Pagulayan, all in hill finishes. He is looking very good in this Premier League.
Huh?
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Another hill finish and another win for Alex Pagulayan. In his last 3 matches, he's beaten the top 3 players in the table. He's in there right behind them in 4th place, comfortably through to the next phase already, and he's going to have plenty of wins to take forward with him. The other result we've had within the last little while here, Nguyen beating Albin Ouschan by 5 racks to 1 and moving up to 7th in the table, ahead of Ouschan now on racks difference. Sanyan Pelovanovic, though, very much out in front here after his win over Earl Strickland by 5 racks to 2, and after that one he spoke to Carl Boyce.
Sanjin, you've just beat Earl Strickland, you're at the top of the table. This week is going good.
Yeah, this week is going great for me. Feel confident, just enjoying the tournament.
You've only lost 2 matches, 11 out of 13 wins. Before the week started, did you have any expectations? Did you think you could be at the top doing so well, just losing 2 matches in such a strong field?
Came from another tournament which took the 2nd place, but in Nineball. So, I felt confident coming in this tournament. So, yeah, everything can happen, but I didn't expect to be 3 days in a row top of the table. So that's feeling great and gives me more confidence.
Yeah, obviously now you've beat a lot of the players here, so moving forward into the next stage, you got to be feeling good. You can go and win this event, can't you?
Of course. Anything can happen. If I continue playing like this, having break good, I feel confident. I'm just enjoying, and it's good practice, a lot of matches, so that's it.
You're 21 years of age, you've just played arguably the biggest legend in the sport of Nineball, Earl Strickland, who's 61. 40-year gap between you, what was that like?
I never played with him, but as always, it was an honor to play with him. I never played him, and the game was a bit, I had few rolls in the beginning, but in the end I managed to win.
Right, Sanchez, we'll let you get some food as we're in the players' lounge. Get some salad, get a cake, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Yeah, he certainly earned it with the way he's playing here. Let's look at table 2, where Pelovanovic had that win over Earl Strickland. I told you about Nguyen and his comprehensive and really important win over Albin Ouschan. Next up on that table, Long Duc Tien and Chu Chi Yu. Chu has actually won the first rack, and she's at the table with a chance to go 2-0 up there. Long really needs to win that one. He's got 5 wins on the board, but only 2 matches to play, including that one. And over on table 1, going to see Pelovanovic on here in a little while. Albin Ouschan still not guaranteed to get through. We'll have him on against Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz last in this session. Already we've seen Shane Van Boening get a crucial win over Sowa, who then responded to that by beating Chris Melling, dealing a real blow to his chances of getting through to the next phase. And just a few minutes ago, Alex Pagulayan beating Jason Shaw by 5 racks to 4. The Canadian continuing his excellent run. And I'm delighted to say he's alongside us now in the commentary box. Alex, well done. It was a really high standard. Yep, there he is there. There we all are. Really good quality match, and just 1 or 2 mistakes that you were able to pick up on, and you had that great length of the table cut shot as well. There wasn't much in it, but a really good win to get under your belt.
Hey guys, I wasn't feeling comfy in the very beginning, but towards the end, I'm still nervous, but I managed to calm myself down. So about that one ball, I said, it's not, lately, back 8-9 months ago, I would have played safe, but now I'm just going to go all out. So in order for you to win this tournament, you got to come out with those kind of shots. So I decided to go for it.
Well, we're underway again on table 1. Konrad Ouschan with 7 wins from 12, so he's looking for 1 more to copper fasten his place in the weekend's play. He's up against Al-Ghandi, who definitely won't be going through, but is looking for every win he can get. He's got 2 matches left to play. So what's going on, Alex, this year? You've had all these wins over filler, you did really well out in the States, you're going well here. What's brought about this real upturn in your fortunes?
Well, I'm very passionate about the game again, and also got to do with a lot of things, like the brand I just launched and the health that I'm in, my new diet, and been playing a lot of pool, exercising, so all of the above. It's all working, paying off. So,
was there a moment where you thought about things and decided to make those changes? Was there a key moment where you thought, I really want to do these things and sort out diet and really get my focus back?
It started off, I've been searching for a long time to fix my diet, because I'm age of 38, and after 4 or 5 hours of playing pool, I get tired. And I do walk like 5 miles a day, 5 times a week, and I thought I was eating healthy, but I'm still feeling this sluggishness and tiring after 4 or 5 hours of playing. And I decided to keep searching until last year. And then I found the answer now that I got all my energy back.
Extension code.
in the best shape in my life. And then I'm more keen to play pool, and I love to play pool again.
Your heyday when you were winning the World Championship and the US Open, that's almost 20 years ago now, which seems incredible. But you look at the wins you're getting this year. You've beaten, as I said, all of the top 3 players in the table here in your last 3 matches. You've had all those wins against Joshua Filler. So much of the good start you've made to 2023 has been built around beating the stars of the next generation. That's got to make you feel so good about what could still lie ahead for you in the game.
Yes, I'm very, I feel really, really good, and I can sense it, and it's only going to get better because I'm going to keep working on my game and trying to learn from these kids now these days, because I think they changed the game. So I've been watching a lot of them, and I realize you got to come out with a shot in order for you to win this tournament. So.
And just one final thought before we focus on this match. As I've said, you've won the World Championship and the US Open in the past, the World Masters as well. If you were to win this title next Monday, when you look at this field, you've got some of the all-time greats, you've got many of the current very best players in the world, and then some of these youngsters as well. What would that mean to you, and where would it rank among the highlights of your career?
I think it's up there, because although there's only 16 of us best pool players in the world, but in order for you to win this event, your stamina's got to be good, because you got to play everybody. Like we're doing the round robin, and after this round we're gonna do another round robin and another round robin. So it's gonna be up there for sure among the US Open, World Pool Championship, and World Pool Master.
Well, we've seen over the last 4 days you can still play a very good game. We know you talk a good game, so it's great to have you alongside us in the commentary box for this one. Khalid Al-Ghandi, it's been a disappointing week for him. He made such waves in 2022, particularly at the European Open. But it hasn't been the week that he's been hoping for. He's played 13 matches and only had 2 wins. Indeed, at the moment, there's every chance still that he could finish bottom of the table, and that's something he's going to want to avert.
Yeah, I think for Khalid, though, he's such a good-hearted kid that he'll take it the right way and try and learn from it. And I think the way the game's going has inspired Alex and many players, right? So many great events to play in now. The rules are much better. The pockets are tighter. I think there's a culmination of things going on that make it to where players like yourself want to get back in the grease and do it the right way.
Yes, I agree. I'm actually enjoying playing now, because the table, the rules, everything is good. I mean, especially this format. I love this format because I love to play. So I'm one of those person that a very slow starter. So this is a good practice for me, and my 30-second shot clock is getting better and better. So I love it.
And a thought has just occurred to me, Alex. Khalid wasn't even born when you won the World Championship, and here you still are competing against players of his generation.
Yeah. Or Khalid is gonna, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be up there soon. He will get his share. But I told we had a chat in the practice room yesterday. I said he says he's not having a good week, and I asked him why, because he hasn't been winning. And I told him, if you didn't learn, that is bad. But if you learn, that is good, because you're only 17. You're here to learn. I mean, all of us. Me, I'm here to learn. I mean, the win is bonus for me. If I win, and thank you, Pool God. If not, I already learned a couple things. I'm not going to share it now because my opponent might be listening.
Trailing by 1 rock to 0.
Well, it's an interesting format here, and I think you can kind of overthink it, right? The format itself a little bit, and hopefully Khalid doesn't overthink his results this week and gets a few wins today. That way he kind of exits the tournament on a high note.
When I was his age, Jeremy, I actually joined the tournament or play. My first goal in my mind is just to learn as much as I can, because I know the better you get, the win was just gonna go by itself, you know. So
We've been talking so much about your match, Alex, and about Khalid's fortunes this week. We haven't focused yet on Conrad Ouschan. 7 wins out of 12, so really if he wins this, that nails down his place in the next phase. Got off to a great start, won all of his first 4 matches. Then he lost to Sowa. Then from 4-1 up, he was beaten by Sanjin Pelovanovic, and he really seemed to be battling with himself at that stage, but he's turned it back round. He's won 3 of his last 4 matches, and things are really looking up for him again. He's got 3 to play today, so you would expect he'll find the win that would secure his place in the next phase. Still got matches against Shane Van Bonen and Chu Chi Yu later in the day.
Yeah, I like the way he plays. Well, sorry for pronunciation of this. Ouschan.
I'm not sure any of us are really getting it right. Don't worry. Yeah.
There's only one vowel in that last name, and there's like 12 letters or maybe 10.
That's a very good point. I thought I was good at coming up with obscure stats, but that's the best we've had all week.
Yeah, there's only one vowel. I mean, I think Asian people get the best name. If I can, change my name, I'll probably change to we, you, who, you. Like, just because there's 2 letters, it's easy to write. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, Pagulayan is a long one to continue. What about signing Conrad's name? And Conrad off to a good start here. And
be up 2-0.
Yeah, huge match here for him. I mean,
my full name is very long. Alejandro Salvador Pagulayan. That's a long name.
That's a fantastic name, though, isn't it? So it was the scratch off the break that really proved to be the key moment there. Conrad Ouschan picked up off it and went 2-0 in front. Now over on table 2, Chu Chi Yu is bottom of the table at the moment, only 2 wins. She can't get through, but she is leading 3-1 against Long Duc Tien, who can still get through, but his chances could effectively be killed off if he was to lose that match. Yeah, so that's worth keeping an eye on.
Long Duc Tien, I think the pressure's on him right now. I mean, he knows that he had a chance to get to qualify. I mean, to get through to the next stage. So, what do you think, Jeremy?
Well, his rack differential is a little bit behind. He needed 2 for 2 wins out of his last 2 matches. But I think he's another one that is going to take a lot away from this event. I was thinking about the last match on table 2, really, and the more I think about it, how much impact that match had on a lot of players. If Albin goes ahead and wins that match, Wu's in a real troublesome spot.
Right.
And Shane Van Bonen, Sky Woodward, and Chris Melling may pay the benefits of that. But now that Wu won, it brings another player into the mix for that final spot.
That's a good thought, Jeremy. I never thought of that. Yeah, I'm looking at the score right now. You're right.
Yeah, that sent Wu from outside the top 10, I think it was.
Well, he was right on the line in 10th place.
Right.
Ouschan was 7th. But it shows you how tight it is by winning that 1 match. He's moved up 3 places and is now in 7th. On the same number of wins as Conrad Ouschan. He's off to a flyer here.
Yeah, a player that brings a lot of energy to every match. One heck of a shot maker.
That's a bit unlucky, though, unfortunate for Conrad. I mean, now he left Khalid easy jump shot for the side pocket.
Yeah, it caught the point.
Yeah.
And sometimes, I don't know, I look at those shots differently.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I'm a big favorite to make the bank, I probably don't play the slow speed as much for the safety as much, right? Because things happen that way. You miss it a little more often. He catches the point. Looks unfortunate, but it happens a lot more often than you think.
That sounds like experience to me. I know how you feel. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta go,
If you like the bank, you got to be able to address it. We don't have someone at the table to help us remind you, oh, you're 9 out of 10 here. Don't worry about the cue ball so much.
Right. Yeah. I agree.
Al-Ghandi has only had 2 wins, as I was saying, from his 13 matches, and they came against Sowa and Chu Chi Yu. Now, they obviously ply their trade mostly on the women's scene. Against all his male opponents, he's been beaten by every single one of them, and of course they're the guys he has to try to usurp if he is to become a top player and live up to all the hype there's been about him. over the last 12 months. So even to find one win, if it was to come in this one or against Chris Melling, would make a significant difference, I think, to how he'd feel coming away from his week in Leicester.
Yeah, Chris Melling, Skylar, Woodward, they're going to be well, there's a lot of them. I think it's going to be on the edge to get through to the next round.
Yeah, Woodward only on 6 wins, but he still has 3 more matches to go. And, every opportunity to get that 1 more win or 2 more wins that you need makes a big difference to the outlook.
Yeah, and I really think the setup was good for Skylar. Fortunate that he doesn't play like an early match, then one at the end of the session, then one night. They're all 3 in the evening, so he can prepare well to try and get 2 out of 3 wins.
Right. Yeah, it's good to play back to back to back, you know, instead of just one at a time.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
This is the first time you've played in this format, Alex. I would ask you if you're a fan of it, but clearly you are, because you're absolutely thriving on this.
I love this format because you get to play a lot of pool and you get to fix some of the mistake you made instead of just playing one race. You know, if you make a mistake, one or a couple of them, you can't really go back and hey, let me fix that. But here you can, so I love this format.
You consider by the time we get to next Monday, the players who are left in the tournament will have played so many matches. The standard by them, with everyone so played in, should be absolutely astronomical. So Khalid Al-Ghandi had his chance here to open his account, but not for the first time this week. He wasn't able to capitalise on a promising situation, and so Conrad Ouschan leads by 3 racks to 0. Nobody made a better start to this tournament than Conrad Ouschan. He won his first 4 matches, and then things really started to slip away as he lost his next 4. He's come charging back with 3 wins out of 4 since then. He's 3-0 up in this match against Khalid Al-Ghandi. His misfortune has just continued with that scratch in the side.
Yeah, and you can kind of see a little wind knocked out of the sails there as he went back to his chair, Khalid. And
I know one thing for Khalid, when he goes back to his home, he's going to practice that break for sure for the next event.
Yeah, and he's in a good spot. He'll be fine. He just gets back home, gets a little more comfortable with himself, and understands that it's just going to take a while. That's just how this sport is. Most of the good ones are like that anyways.
Right. Except for a few, like Joshua Filler, he just took off like a madman. Well,
yeah, but that's rare.
Right. Very, and he's also a genius to the game. I mean, he thinks really quick and he executes really well, you know. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Conrad Ouschan He is 29 years of age. He's been around for some time, got to his first final on the Euro Tour all the way back in 2015. Since then, he has won a Euro Tour title, and he's won all sorts of other different versions of titles as well. He's been the American straight pool champion. He's won 9-ball gold at the European Championships. He's even been the Polish snooker champion.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he won it 2 years ago, got to the final last year.
Ah.
Growing up in Canada, where there's a big snooker tradition. Alex, did you play much growing up?
Yeah, whenever I have a chance, that is my favorite game. Snooker is my favorite game, so whenever I get a chance to play, that's the only game I love playing by myself.
Extension code.
Yeah, so it's just, I think every arsenal to my game, it belongs there, so. Because the weakest part of my game is the break, so you don't really need there.
No, the break is nowhere near as significant in snooker.
Yeah,
No.
you play safe off the break.
Yeah. So.
All right, interesting shot here. Kind of pulling the cue ball 3 rails. Kind of tight.
3-4, yeah, good.
Yeah. And dropping on the 6.
And mind you, he's a lefty too, so it's a lot easier for him to play that shot. What do you think? I think I made a record today. I never seen anybody uses 3 bridges in a row.
Well, you did the last one just for show. You could have reached that ball. I even commented on it.
Yeah, we were saying, we think you were just showing off how good you are with that implement.
Yeah, I brought up how good you are with the bridge. And
well, I didn't need to do that much anyway with that bridge. All I have to do is roll it.
Right.
Now, we do have to keep an eye on what's happening over on table 2, because the 8-ball has just wriggled in for Chu Chi Yu, which leaves her a routine 9 to complete a 5-1 win over Long Duc Tien. It'll be her 3rd win. It'll take her off the bottom of the table, where indeed she's replaced by Khalid Al-Ghandi. And it's a real setback now for Long Duc Tien. He came into today with 5 wins, 2 matches to go. Now the best he can get to is 6. And with his racks difference down at -17, it looks as though his race is more or less run in this tournament. Back here, Conrad Youssefin has gone 4-0 up on Khalid Al-Ghandi, who, as I said, is now bottom of the table. The young Saudi Arabian has only had one 5-0 defeat in all those matches he's lost. That came last night against Skylar Woodward. He's 1 rack away from another one here.
And I'll tell you, I think all the players are a little fortunate that Chu Chi Yu didn't get a little more comfortable early. You could tell the first day or 2 she was a little uncomfortable out on the main tables, and now in the last 2 days the game is definitely elevated.
Well, she wasn't showing her best at all.
On the hill.
Those first few days, it did not give a sense of how well she can play. And once she got that first win, it seemed to free her up a bit. And now she's got 3, and still a couple of matches left to try to add to that. 4-0 to Youssefin.
Youssefin. Did I say it right?
Oh, listen, I'm probably getting it wrong as well. I think we need to get him in here to give us a lesson in exactly how to say it.
Are you sure it's not zzz? No?
It'd be a lot easier if it was. Maybe we can persuade him to go by that name. But what's he got here?
I think a sliver of the 2, but really
Push out code.
Yeah.
not much to work with.
Where did push out there? It looks like the idea here is to put the cue ball by the 4, right? Make it tough. What do you think, Jeremy?
Yeah, maybe.
Put the,
he's rolling out up table. This is going to get a snooker put on you most of the time, especially if you give up a little the bottom half of the cue ball. You can play the 2 off the 3 and stun down below the 6-7 a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
I think that's possible. I think that's possible. Or you can aim, you can do a little masse. I wonder if you can do that. Masse, aim, take. Same idea, but just...
You're right, without digging on the cue ball.
Because I think the 2 ball is going towards where the pink 4 is.
I think the 2 plays in the side, though. So I think he may just go ahead and shoot. We'll see. Trying to dig out of the corner, maybe.
Oh, he did your shot.
Yeah, that looked pretty doable to me.
Yep.
And it's been a couple times. It was earlier, and I think it was day 2, that Conrad really made some suspect push-outs.
Right.
Like very easy safeties in return. And, you know, that's going to be something he's got to pay attention to as this event evolves and goes further.
I agreed, especially on this level. Everybody's getting better. The cue ball is getting better. Decision making is getting better.
Extension code.
Well, one thing you brought up earlier, and I've been saying this for a while, especially with how things are rolling for Nineball pool in such a good manner that you're going to have to knock balls in.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's just how the direction the game's going. And I think in another year or two's time, you're going to see it even more so.
Yeah. Safety can only take you so far. I mean, you still got to knock some balls in, you know.
Well, the tough shots, like you had the one ball earlier. And
yeah, I was happy about that.
Yeah.
The reason why I was happy because my decision making, I was happy that I decided to go for it. Not because I made the shot. I kind of like, sometimes you just got to go, right?
Yeah.
Khalid Al-Ghandi was 4-0 down, round about this time yesterday against Earl Strickland. He didn't win, but he did manage to get all the way back to 4-all. If he is to produce some similar sort of turnaround today, he's got to start right here, right now.
All right, no real bad position here. Just doesn't want to end up too short. If he gets straight, he can play the 6 up long. Now, if he's on the rail, this could get a little hairy.
I was wondering about that rail.
And I don't know if he can hold the ball here.
Well, he could probably jack up a little bit. And, he's stalling now.
Touchy shot, though. I'd rather cheat the pocket, I think, and try to go forward and back out.
Oh, yeah, if he can do that, yeah, by all means, yeah.
Good speed there.
Perfect.
After that win over Long Duc Tien, Chu Chi-yu is straight back into action on table 2 against Naoki Oi. He's already through to the next phase. Such a big noise at the European Open last year. Got to the last 32. And it was Yuscha Chin who actually ended his run there. Later in the year, perhaps attracted even more attention for winning the inaugural SVB Junior Open in Atlantic City. And what he's won here is the 5th rack, and so averts the prospect of what would have been his 2nd whitewash of the tournament. It's still a long way back. He now closes to 4-1.
What will be the odds for Khalid to win this match?
The match?
Yeah.
Well, you've always got a chance when it's race to 5, haven't you? Even when it's 4-0 and you're struggling, there's always the chance you can turn it round.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He
Even
nearly won
alternate
from that
break,
position,
yeah,
as I was saying
absolutely.
yesterday against Strickland.
Yeah, I think Alex is picking my brain a little bit.
Yeah.
Is all, maybe 4-1, just like the score is, something like that, maybe.
4-1.
4-1.
Interesting.
I'm not coming to you to place any bets.
And why is that?
You've got to be a bit more generous than that, JJ.
Well, I mean, it can't be like 10-1.
And this is why he's got so much money, Alex.
Well,
he's clever like this.
I wish that
He's
were
one of
true.
the best. Handicapper.
Al-Ghandi has had 2 breaks in this match. He scratched off both of them.
Let's see his next one. Oh, that was a good break.
Yes.
And
should get a nice shot here.
a little bit awkward. He's jacked up over that pink 4, but I think it'll be all right. I mean, for me, this is a very tough shot because I'm only a 5'3", and people don't realize how tough this shot for me. I have to elevate my shoes or my feet or something. Like I gotta change position, get on my toes. You're right. And what worse is, once I do that, I can't see where I'm aiming. So for Khalid, might not be the issue here because he's like what, 5'11"?
Yeah, he's pretty tall.
Yeah.
Long as well.
Yep.
Can reach anything at that age.
Yeah, limber. Oh, nice shot there. Went really aggressive. And what he did there is he didn't want to stroke the ball in between.
Right.
And kind of lay over, right? That kind of makes the ball a little more missable. You could let the cue ball leak behind the 8. He went ahead and attacked and making sure he was striking the ball well. And even though a little chance with the cue ball, you got to like his thinking.
Yeah, I love how he, I love his decision there. So, oh, except for that one, I would have just run into. I mean, like just billiard the 9 and take the 4 ball in the side, right?
Yeah, he thought he was going to miss the
the whole
9
thing.
and come 3 rails. So just a little experience is all.
Yeah, and especially with this new cloth, I think it will bounce more on the object ball when you hit when you hit a hard shot like that.
Yeah, he's pretty pure though. He just sticks to doing the right thing, ignore winning a little bit more.
Yeah, it's only 17. I'm pretty sure it's gonna do a lot of damage in the next few years. So he's from Saudi Arabia, right?
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was at the European Open, as I was saying, that he first really came to wide attention. Beat Skylar Woodward, Oliver Sholnocki. Great wins along the way.
Look, Chu Chen Yu, she's making a noise. She's up 1-0 against Naoki Oi right now.
I think it's just gone 2-0 against Naoki Oi.
I didn't know this format will go carry over for the next round robin.
Yeah, all the wins carry forward. So you're already building wins towards getting through to the last phase. Just to correct that, you were right, Alex. That is 1-0 to Chu Chi Yu, looking to make it back-to-back wins. Khalid Al-Ghandi is going to make it back-to-back racks. He was 4-0 down, but he's still fighting here. He now trails 4-2. Final day of Phase 1 in the Premier League. Khalid Al-Ghandi won't be around for the weekend. Conrad Yusufshin is looking to nail down his place in Phase 2 here. He was 4-0 up. It's now been pegged back to 4-2, but the pole has the break in rack 7.
Let's see this break. Looking good, but he's unfortunate not to get a shot on the 2. Now, this is the one you've been talking about here, Jeremy. Where's he gonna push out from here?
Well, his last push out wasn't the best with the 5 hanging. Very difficult to go up table.
Let me ask you a question, Jeremy. When you do push out, do you consider your opponent that he's like, do you give it a shot like hoping that your opponent doesn't know the shot?
Yeah, I mean, I consider that for sure. Just like if I'm playing like you, I thought about a shot actually that you and I, when we played on a rollout situation in the U.S. Open a few years ago, and like if I'm playing a player that's very aware of everything, I kind of hide what I'm trying to do. I don't let them kind of see what I'm thinking during the push out, if that makes any sense.
Oh, now you guys know this is another inside, very, very.
Well, I don't want to clue them in.
Insightful,
right?
Is that word?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, insightful from Jeremy Jones. I will take this in the bag.
Yeah, and you
no
know,
better man to learn from.
Yeah.
And then there's, you know, of course.
You should listen to him in one pocket.
Yeah, right. But
back to Conrad.
But then you have to consider you know, what their skills are, right? I mean,
see, this is another push out. I don't think I would push out there, Jeremy.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I guess the 2 doesn't play.
Yeah.
Now he's going to have to get a nice snooker if he's playing the 2 into the 8, because again, with the 5 hanging, you could easily leave an easy kick shot. Now, how good is this?
Yeah.
This was beautiful.
But you and I know this 5 ball is very doable.
Yeah, and still, and really difficult to play such a good hit on the 2 to the 8. Usually, the 2 leaks one way or another off the 8. You got the premium out of that.
Okay, so would you go all the way here? I think so.
Yeah, I like to do it with a high ball more than drawing, though.
Yeah, high ball is the shot.
With kind of a ricochet off the 2, off his right side of the 2, trying to make the 5. There is a lot of gamble there, but
I think it's there.
Yeah, it's
just
definitely there.
High and hope get a shot on the 2.
Dodge the scratch.
Oh.
He's gonna give up a shot here, but nothing easy.
But he can make this 2 and just flick the 7 ball a little bit and then get position on the 3.
Yeah, leveling out from distance. Conrad, I think, excels at that over some of the field.
And he's such a good shot maker, so I fancy him making this shot. I mean,
I like his chances. Could fluke to 7.
Yeah, once in a while that happen. It's there.
Just really good with that straight high ball.
Is there any chance here to corner to hook himself behind that 8?
Yeah, and I'm wondering if he's going to go and just hit it with speed. I mean,
I like that idea.
Why not?
Or that one too, trying to make the 9 also.
And contain the cue ball with the 9. I was about to say, when you're trying to move the ball, easy to overcut that knowing you have a big pocket.
Right. Another chance for Khalid. I don't think he has much choice here. So, but to roll behind the pink 4.
Yeah, that looks like the shot.
Yeah.
I mean, he could attack.
Oh,
This is probably the most disappointing thing for Cleat, is in a few matches he made some incredible shots to get in position to win matches and didn't finish. You know, I think, you know.
Wow, that's a good shot.
No, he's got some skills, that's for sure. But I think in a, you know, I don't know how to say it exactly. He had it in his mind that, you know, if everything went right, maybe he could take down this title. But I don't think that was realistic for him. But I do think, you know, you can get disappointed when the matches were right in front of you to win.
I got a question for you guys. How many Ouschan's match left? 2 more?
Right, how many has he got left? Yeah, he's got 2 more to play after this one. He'll be playing Shane Van Bonen and the informed Chu Chi-Yu.
So this is a very important win for him then. I see. So he only got like 7 wins, right?
Not 7, yeah. He won all of his first 4, then things went off the boil a bit, but he's come charging back. It looked like he was going to get the win to get on to 8 and nail down his place in the next phase, but some doubt about that now. Al-Ghandi raising his game.
Well, his rack differential is in a good spot. That being
it's got to help.
So
he's clearly the best of all the players who are on 7 wins in terms of the rack's difference.
Yeah, and he can only, does lose this match, it will be at no worse than 5-4, so that won't you know, be too hurt, the rack differential. Nice stroke there. And they come in all sizes, right, pool players, but I think his build is like perfect for pool. You know, not too tall, but a nice tall man that, but very long. You know, similar to like a Fedor Gorst, right?
Is that you? Are you saying I'm short?
Well, Khalid Al-Ghandi is still battling away here. He's certainly not shown any lack of heart throughout the tournament. As you said, though, Jeremy, so often during the week he's put himself in position to win matches. Well, now he's in position potentially to win this one. Let's see if he's more clinical now than he has been throughout the tournament. News from Table 2. Naoki Oi has won 2 racks in a row and now leads Chu Chi-Yu 2-1. Chu can't qualify for the next phase, but she could potentially finish as high as 11th. When you consider she spent most of the week propping up the table, that would be a remarkable turnaround. She'd have to win her 2 remaining matches for that to remain a possibility. And what does remain a possibility is Khalid Al-Ghandi winning this match. He did trail 4-0. He's now just 1 behind as he breaks rack 8.
Watch out, cue ball. Oh, he's all right. Now another push out.
Yeah, and another difficult one. They're always difficult at the pro level.
Okay, well, where would we push here?
I think you have to push out to a challenge that doesn't offer much position. Maybe over by the 8, maybe?
Yeah, I think that. Can he do that? I don't think he can. It's like corner hook, I believe. I wonder. Yeah, masse. You got a masse for you to hit the 8. I think that's the only.
Push out.
Or you can actually kick the 8.
Yeah, kick 1 rail if you're arc under hooked. I think he's going to do a little light masse. Yeah, it's not up against the corner too bad. Certainly didn't want to give up the right side of the one. That wouldn't be good. Ball get knocked away and the cue ball to get drawn 1 rail behind the 3-7.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if you can roll this behind the 4 and 5 and then just put the 1 ball by the side.
I think he can cut it.
Oh, he did. Oh, very fortunate for Khalid there. I mean, Conrad, that it laid out like that. I think I will give Khalid ball in end from here. I don't even want to mess with this 1 ball. What do you think, Jeremy?
Extension code.
Would you give up ball in hand and tie up the 3-7 maybe?
Yeah,
or?
that's what I'm gonna do. Exactly what I'm gonna do. Because I don't think he can do much with ball in hand here, but let's see. I don't know if I like that shot, Jeremy.
Well, one thing is he got a little bit of a reward on the 5 and the 7, and the 1 didn't get super easy. I mean, it's an easy ball to make, but he's going to have to worry a little bit shooting the 2 with the 6 there. So he's got to earn it. Looks like he's going to cheat the pocket a little bit going forward. Really nice stroke.
Yeah.
A little unlucky to get over the pink 4, really.
He shot that ball like ball in there.
Well, that's what I meant earlier when I said he made so many beautiful shots to get in position to win some of these matches. That's probably the most disappointing thing for the young.
Oh, what about that shot? Hello. He needs to be in the right side of this 4 ball. Do you play it in the side pocket?
I think you have to from where the cue balls ended up. You just got to make a bit of a shot, that's all. Now, if he tries to move the ball, this is a missable ball, and you could end up a little short and a little more difficult to get the right position on the 4 to get to the 5.
Not unless when you hit it like that. Well, it's still.
That's what I mean. It's hard, you know, at least taking on the tough shot in the side, you're guaranteed the angle to, you know, if you do make the tough shot, to get on the 5.
Agreed. Well, he's fortunate here that just need to roll this 4. Oh my God. Does he have stroke or what?
Yeah.
Pretty good stroke, huh?
Yeah, we're going to see a lot more of it if he wants to get out here.
Yeah.
Ouschan looking a little bit anxious here.
Yeah.
Staring at the possibility of losing a match that he looked so comfortable in. Remember when he went 4-0 up, he still had 3 breaking racks potentially to come to get over the line. Got 1 left now. If Al-Ghandi take us the distance here? He seems to be a player who plays his best when he's coming from behind. As you said, Jeremy, there have been times he's had chances to win matches and not seen it through, but times in matches we've seen on more than one occasion when he's gone well behind, he started to produce, but that is not ideal.
No, this is super thin. I don't know, unless he used some side spin, if he can hold for the 8. And the thing we're going to see the difference is we're going to have players on one end that they know they're not going to make the final 10, and they're going to free swing a little bit more, try and enjoy themselves a little more, not stressing as much, and then you have their opponents that are fighting for their lives in this Premier League pool.
I agree. Would you go for the bank here? Sometimes I would.
Yeah. If I felt like I could draw the ball past the side, it's a little funny. The high ball is a hard one to really rely on the slick table.
Yeah, I don't think I will play high ball here, especially brand new cloth. I will draw it if ever.
Yeah, you cut it. May fluke it. May fluke it.
The one pocket shot. Hey, that's good. One pocket shot there, Jeremy.
Yeah, and now he's still not out of the woods. He's got to work the cue ball.
I wonder how good is he with the bridge.
Well, I think Saudi Arabia,
yeah,
little snooker and pyramid, right?
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Uh-oh, watch out.
A little too hard.
Now he's going to get a little help.
Suddenly it feels like everything's running his way. He's had a couple of little nudges and bits of good fortune. So from 4-0 down in this match, Al-Ghandi has clawed his way back. Bottom of the table, but still battling in this one. It's 4-all.
Al-Ghandi wins the rack.
Just before the deciding rack, an update from the other table. Naoki Oi, 3-1 up now against Chu Chi-Yu, having lost the opener. He's at the table with a chance to get it to 4-1.
Yeah, we always talk about Oi. Oh, big miss on the 6 ball there.
Dreadful shot from Oi.
Yeah, timing looked a little off on the pre-strokes into a stroke, but talk about, you know, much more serious, not as many, you know, the interviews we used to talk about, right, with Oi and all that, but I'm still waiting for that huge win and then the response we get from him, because I think he is going to take down a major title before it's all over with.
So Khalid Al-Ghandi came from 4-0 down to force a decider once already in this tournament. He lost it. Is it going to be a different story this time? How is this one finished up?
Not terrible. I mean, he's got a tough combination. May decide not to take the combination on just because it is at 4-4.
Yeah. Or you can draw this ball right by the 9 and play 2 rails. I don't know.
Yeah, he's going to try and draw
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
He's got to play that. If it flukes in, this is a little unfortunate for Conrad.
Actually, it's not really that bad because the 3 is right by the hole if he makes it. So.
Yeah. But that's what I mean for Conrad. It's a little unfortunate. It leaves a little bit more of hope on the kick shot for Khalid.
Right.
He's got to play it with a light speed coming 2 rails. You got to kind of dink this in because it's easy to follow it in otherwise.
Right. Well, Khalid is in the he's in a tough shot. Tough shot here.
I'll tell you what, his instincts are pretty good though. He's looking at tying up the 3-6, and that's not terrible.
Right. I wonder how's he going to do it. A rail first?
That's what he's trying to figure out. He would have to kick the 3 up on the 6 and get a, yeah, this is a tough one here, lefty. So he's got to kick it and get a little double kiss probably off the 6 into the 3. And it's close.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Okay. Hill finishes haven't been kind to Khalid Al-Ghandi in this tournament. He's had 4 of them and lost the lot.
Well, that's hard luck. Sometimes your opponent will give it to you. Maybe a golden break at Hill, something.
What do you consider here? A high ball and do a loopy to break the 3 and 6?
He may show us something fancy.
Like that? Oh!
Well, yeah, now you could trap yourself a little bit, but he should get the safety.
Yeah.
Cross this ball over. He's using side? That's surprising.
My God.
I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah.
Supposed to just chop that and run behind the pink and let the 3 just drift over, I think.
I like that shot.
Kuchi Yu made the most of that terrible miss from Naoki Oi to win the 5th rack and close to 3-2 behind. Oi, though, in play with a great chance to make that 4-2.
It's a little thick, so caught a little thick to the hole, so the cue ball's going to be a little short of his mark. And it's amazing how often how you play it to the pocket has so much, impact on where the cue ball ends up. It should be okay. He's going to get a little thin on the purple, but not bad.
Is Conrad here gonna affect his score here somehow?
Well, it puts a lot of pressure on him for the last 2. Now he's in a great rack differential position, but he still can't. None of us see the future, right? So we're not going to see how things come out.
Yeah, I think that is the key thing. If he does lose, it's only going to be 5-4, and as we've said, if you get a good racks difference, that can almost count as an extra win.
That's why when it looks grim, if there's been some 4-0 situations, you got to keep fighting.
Well, it really did look grim, didn't it, for Al-Ghandi? He had scratched off the break both times, 4-0 down. Every reason for his head to drop, given the way this tournament has gone for him. He's only had 2 wins prior to now against the 2 ladies in the field. It looks as though he's going to beat one of his male opponents for the first time this week. He will feel so much better about everything in a couple of balls' time if he can just deposit this 9.
Hats to him. He stayed there and fought hard. So
yeah, and he had every reason, as I say, to let his head drop. What a tonic this is for him. He was 4-0 down. Khalid Al-Ghandi with the high point of his week, turning it round to beat Conrad Ouschan by 5 racks to 4. The comeback of the week from the young man from Saudi Arabia. And it's going to be a top-of-the-table clash between Jason Shaw and Sanyan Pelovanovic up next.
hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage down.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
world champ. Ruiz versus Ouschan. Joining me for the last two matches of the afternoon play, Alex Laley, as always. Big day, Alex. Big day.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's a pity that Chris Melling actually lost against Sowa. I don't want to take it away from her, but it would have made it more urgent, a Chris Melling win for Woodward, SVB, Albin, Ouschan. But let's see how it pans out. Chris Melling later will need to win to have a chance and then be dependent on outcomes of other matches.
Yeah, and as we've just seen, Chris will play the last match on table 2 of the afternoon session against Oi.
Jason Shaw to break.
And then he will only have one match left, which will be tonight. And that will be against Al-Ghandi, who's just pulled off a remarkable comeback. Shaw to break in rack 1.
Uh-oh.
And it starts with a golden.
Jason Shaw.
Golden break for Jason Shaw. Can't complain there. A good hit. But mostly a good roll. This match is for bragging rights. You know, maybe to get to top position, Jason Shaw, but also thinking, you know, him and Pagulayan are guaranteed to qualify. It's about the scoring for stage 2. Make life easier later with a win today. But I'm very, you know, I'm watching Pagulayan intently because he's doing so well here in Leicester, exceptionally well. I'm watching him at the training table. His match is here to see if there are any lapses in his concentration. He's very steady.
No shot on the 2 ball. Just look where the 2 ball was placed. See it behind the 1 ball? Often it comes off that side rail and back over to this side of the table.
Can clip it. Just in. Try and land left of the 3 ball. Use the 6 and 5 as blockers.
Over on table 2, Alex Nguyen. He's on a straight 9 ball to beat Cho Che Yu, Ladies World 9 ball champ, 5 racks to 3. And Oi does that.
Yeah, Naoki Oi has been very solid throughout the event. And that's the nice thing about this format. We'll have 10 players to qualify, and of those 10, at least 7 really think they have the game, they're ready to take it down, to take the championship.
Yeah, Oi stays on that table for the last match on table 2. Melling will be getting his cues together. I feel like it's a must-win match for Melling.
Would make things interesting if Melling wins that. Now Pagulayan looking, I think, to cross the 2, bank it back up towards the 4. If he runs into the 9, wouldn't be a snooker. It's cuttable, the 2. Difficult to control the cue ball.
Extension called.
If you place it off of the 4, it'll be easier to control the cue ball, and you could play it as a shot to nothing.
Needs the cue ball to keep rolling here, so the 7 can make life hard for Sanjin, and that's what it's done.
Extension, please.
It's amazing if the cue ball just stops a little quicker or runs on. Sanjin is a big favourite to pot the 2 ball. This just changes it a little bit. Still fancy him to make it, of course.
Yeah, you can play it with some pace, which I feel makes the shot a little bit easier. Run into the 4-ball, stay on the left side of the table. Shot. It would be unlucky. That would be very unlucky to land behind that 7.
Yeah, first rack and a half, run of the ball. He's not really been with Sanjin. He's lost the opening rack to a golden, and now he's got a kick at this ball. Does it go off the 9-2 rails?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Or even, yeah. 2 rails. Yeah. Yeah, it's, the scratch is huge. So you either go to the top rail and deal with the scratch, or off the left long rail and play for half a 3-ball. Nice. Nice effort. And rewarded. Real good. Good stuff. That pot on the 2-ball and this kick shot tells you why Sanjin is leader of the pack. He's playing good.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy kick for Jason because it wasn't a natural path. He had to play that with a lot of left spin, so it's like a field shot. I don't know why he's having a chuckle. He's had a golden in the first, Alex. What's up with the man?
Was watching Pagulayan on the practice table, realized actually how compact his follow-through is. In some shots, it's almost like SVB, but he seems to hold the cue back. In general, I think it's easier for people to learn to play pool or to get better cubal control, more efficiency, if they relax their backhand. But there are examples of top players, world champions, SVB one of them, who very much stabs at the, when he finishes his delivery.
Yeah, SVB is currently sat in 9th place. He's on 7 points. Just sitting below him in 10th place is Skylar Woodward on 6 points. SVB's got 2 games left to play. Skylar's got 3.
Yeah, I think that helps Skylar Woodward. He's a night owl.
Yeah, the good thing with Skylar Woodward and all, I just know he's going to come in tonight swinging at everything. He's that type of player, isn't he? He's going to just go for it. He's not going to shy away and think, oh, I might not qualify.
Oh, no,
He'll
no,
really go for it tonight, will Skylar.
Yeah, more pressure does him well.
Yeah, this match is tied at 1-1. 16 of the world's greatest pool players from all over the world, really. Such a, you know, such a vast field here from all over the world. Pool players, 2 lady players started. 61-year-old Earl Strickland still playing at a good level as well, you have to say. Made it here. Obviously, there's no crowd. This is played behind closed doors, but do not worry.
Jason, short to break.
Because you can buy tickets to the World Masters, Alex. Not you personally, I mean the pool fans. May the 10th through to the 13th. It's at the Brentwood Centre in Essex. Head over to matchroompool.com. I believe tickets are going really well there, so I would be quick. It's a fantastic tournament. I'm glad to see it go back down to 16 players. That's what it always was. You won it, Alex. What year did you win it?
99.
I should have known that. My bad.
When did you win it?
I lost in the semis. Does that count? You beat Efren in the final, is that right?
Yeah.
Wow, Efren Reyes. Is that your proudest moment? Or was it joint captaincy with me on the Moscone Cup?
Yeah, that was great. You know, I had a couple of moments.
Yeah, was that your proudest moment with the Q?
I don't know. That's at the beginning when I just started playing internationally, so I had no worries, no battle scars. I was playing carefree. And then I think in 2002 I beat Archer in a big final in the United Arab Emirates, won a kilo of gold.
You still got it?
And this was after my big crisis, so that felt like a more hard-fought victory. You know.
Have you still got the gold?
Nah.
I knew you'd say no.
At the time, it seemed a good time to sell. Ooh.
Ooh.
Came back.
Yeah, it looked a little wide, yeah. I think, let's have a look at the 2-ball here. It looks to curl in at the very end. Watch it here. Yeah, it pulled in.
Yeah,
curling. So the thing is, when you put a table in and you level it, after 2 or 3 days, the weight of the table, it sets, so table fitters need to sort of come back out and just give it another little tweak.
Nice little mini swerve by Pagulayan. Now has to deal with the 6 and 7. Steer through him. Stun run through. Out in the open. Let me say something. 2005, I won 2 golds at the European Championships in the Netherlands. I think that was the nicest to win in front of your own people.
Really?
Okay, that's out of the way.
Yeah, Jason sure will be well aware. Sanjin's only lost 2 matches. Jason's lost 3.
In a good spot, Shaw, but he did lose earlier today against Pagulayan. Now he risks losing this match against Pagulayan, and then, your positive mindset can start to dwindle. It's really a test for the players to keep mentally fit throughout the week. And these first group matches have basically just been preliminaries. Tomorrow, 10 players left, 9 matches in 2 days. We move up a gear.
Yeah, he's done well there, Sanjin Pelovanovic, the man at the top of the league table. He lost the opening rack to a golden, but he's won the next 2. He's 2-1 up over Mr. Shaw.
Don't know what is going on table 1. They're having a look at the table. We saw Pagulayan playing that 2-ball thin, missed it actually, and then the 2-ball curved back in. So they'll be having a look at that. So we'll shift our attention to this match, Chris Melling against Nayuki Oi. Melling just got his first point on the board by making the 9 on the break, a golden break for Melling, really in need of a victory against Oi to have a chance. If he wins both his last matches today, 2 matches to go,
extension called,
he can get to 7 wins and have an outside chance for qualification.
Yeah, what's not going to go well for Melling is he racks 1 and lost. That's not in his favour at the minute.
Yeah, I hadn't looked at that yet. So if he wins 5-1 against Oi and then 5-0 his last match, he would still be, no, he would be on 0. He would be on 0, so to have a chance, a fighting chance.
Yeah, how big was the match against Sowa for Melling before when he had that chance? Good pot from Oi.
Stun his cue ball underneath the 7. It seems from here he has a comfortable angle
extension
to do that.
Called.
Yeah, and if Melling does go on to lose this match and he stays on 5 points, he's only got 1 match left. And that would mean Chris and Long Duck can only get to 6 points, Alex.
Yeah, losing this match, it's a done deal. Okay, work is done. Everyone agreed. It's good enough. Let's go. That's a more than good enough break by Pagulayan.
Yeah, I like that hit. Let's have another look.
Difficult 2-ball though with the cue ball so close to the rail. Just play the natural angle, level cue. The only thing that you can vary is the speed. So play the speed that you need to get a thick enough hit on the 7. Now watch his backswing and delivery. I said before that it's real compact at times. Ooh, found the gap. He didn't mind the gap. Awkward cueing though over the 8-ball. Key shot in this rack.
Extension, please.
Make it, stay away from the rail, and his favorite to double his lead.
Pushed it. That's what happens when you're queuing over a ball. It's hard to sight the pocket. It's a shot that the pros don't really like.
Yeah, doesn't waste a lot of time, Jason Shaw. Looks like being on autopilot. And swing it round the other direction. 3 rails position on the 9. Yeah, an easy out for Scotsman Shaw. 2-2. Do you stab when you deliver the cue, Carl, or do you have like a soft hand? when you come through the ball. Or do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
No, really, no?
No.
Well, if for example, if you watch SVB, when he delivers the cue, he sort of stabs it. He looks to squeeze the cue. And for example, Ouschan or Double J or who else in the field?
The fifth rack.
FSR, they have to have a much softer hand when they release the cue.
I'm not 100% certain, but we're going to go for a sneaky game of snooker tonight, so you can have a look and tell me.
All right.
Am I a stabber or a stroker? I don't know. I'm trying to vision it now.
So do you finish on your chest with this? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Cue ball. How's that? Hello?
That's actually nice. As all the balls were coming to rest, I think Shaw feared the worst, but look how this turned out here.
Well, listen, you and I know, the people back home do not, how much Shaw has been complaining about other people's position on the two ball after the break.
Yeah,
right?
He's not stopped. He's not stopped upstairs.
He's not stopped. What he didn't mention are his golden breaks and his positions after the break.
Conveniently forgot about them.
Now work to be done with the pocket top left blocked for the 3-ball.
Well, Oya's just missed a 9-ball to go 3-1 up against Chris Melling. Melling's, he needs a win here. That was unbelievable.
It's one of those. If Chris Melling miraculously would go on to qualify, this miss by Oy can be a pivotal one. How does he go to the 3? A lot of speed.
Watch the pocket as well. Watch the scratch.
Open pocket, low left.
Fortunate from Shaw.
Extension, please.
Nice.
Such a good natural potter of the ball.
Yeah, he's really good floating the cue ball. And for me, that's where his next progress lies. Commit himself a little more to safety play because he has such a good feel for the cue ball speed. He can, but he doesn't always have that mindset.
Jason Shaw wins the rack.
Comfortably. A run out to take the lead over Pagulayan from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yeah, a battle between the top two in our league table. This is the second to last match of the afternoon session. Up next will be Ruiz against Ouschan. Ouschan sits on 7 wins, 2 games left to play, so you feel like you need to win just to give himself a little bit of breathing space.
Trailing by 3 racks to 2.
All points are carried over. So Pagulayan, Jason Shaw, they're going to have an easier route to get to stage 3 come stage 2 tomorrow and on Sunday. Wow, it's almost as if that cue ball went through the 9. Look at it in the replay. Looked funny, that came off the 8 ball after contacting the 9.
Yeah, he's got good breakers, Sanjay. Wow, what is going on table 2? I know you can't see that unless you're watching it on the Multisport YouTube channel, but we've got a screen in front of us, and he's just missed a 7 ball. That was over the pocket, more or less. That's what Melling's got left. Oh, he missed a 9 in the previous rack, so that's why it's 2-2. Chris is okay here, he can just bend it around a little bit. Yeah, he's okay. Sanjan also looks okay here on table 1.
Yeah, needs a good shot on the 3. If he falls short, if he stays high on the 4 ball, that 9 comes into play.
Chris Melling wins the rack.
Oh, Melling wins the rack over on table 2 to take a 3-2 lead.
So he's ended up short on the 4. Nineball comes into plates. Always harder on a TV table to play shots with topspin than with draw, I feel. Difficult to get a true reaction.
Extension, please.
Very low on the cue ball. Where he addressed the cue ball doesn't look like he's trying to swing around the 9. Nicely done, far enough. Good shot. Yeah, in position. Still very young, Sanjin, but very seasoned. I think it's for 4 years already that he's traveling alone. 4 or 5 years. Nice, confident out. Good break. Sanjin Pagulayan levels the score, 3 each in a race to 5 to retain the lead position in the table.
The 7th rack, 3 racks each, Jason Shaw to break.
Last match of the afternoon session on table 1. Jason Shaw can level the before last match in the afternoon session. Excuse me, we have a good one coming up after this FSR against Albin Ouschan. But Shaw, by winning this match, he can level Pagulayan, then they would both be on 11 wins from 14 matches. It's not do or die. Qualification for stage 2 is certain. But it's nice to keep that winning streak going and to make that buffer for stage 2 as big as possible.
Sanjin has got a pot on the 2 here, not the greatest shot from Jay.
Extension, please.
I would focus on the pot here, not worry about that 4-ball too much. Come around it is good, run into it not so much, but make sure to sink the 2.
That's okay. You can send the 3 into the 5, purple 5.
Can play it with a high ball, can play it with low right. High right. That's good enough still. Yeah, nice. Very decisive. He's oozing with confidence. He saw the cut in the 3, walked over, saw the gap. Shows little doubt. It's the best feeling in the world if you're playing good on the biggest stage and you're not worried about making balls, you're just finding solutions. Go here, go there. It's all about speed and tip position. Can still choose to put the cue ball above the 8 ball as well. In general, players don't like that. It's a newbie for me, seeing Shaw in the chair, looking away. I haven't seen him do that too much.
No, I don't know if it's because obviously Chris is on the next table with him, spends a lot of time. He knows Chris has got to win that match. Or maybe he just don't like watching Sanchez.
Straight in 9. Very good match this. Few mistakes. Took a surprising long time there.
Yeah, I think that's what he does on certain shots. He just aims a bit longer. Just makes sure he's ready. He doesn't play, you know, fast like Shaw. There's nothing wrong with that. Obviously, there's a shot clock there for a reason. He doesn't have to fire it in 4 seconds. Melling's tied at 3-3. Oh, he had the break. He got kicked in off the break. Melling had ball in hand. Melling at the table.
The 8th rack. Sanjin Pilivanovic is breaking on the hill, leading 4-3.
For the match, Pagulayan. He's one of the few that is still putting his cue ball all the way out near the edge of the break box.
Well, I know you can't see table 2 on this feed, but if you've got it on your iPad, your phone, or your spare TV, I'm sure you're shocked just like me. Melling's missed the 8 ball up the rail. How about this for a break? He's breaking very good.
Oh yeah. Well, listen, you don't get to be top of the table after 5 days of play without a good break. It's pivotal in 9-ball.
Yeah, this is the ball that always left with. Whenever it's in the pocket, it's always awkward, and the fact that the cue ball's there, he's kind of just got to rip it back and see where it lands. Well, the bump is going to be fine. Chris can't complain. The 8 ball he missed was a shocker.
Yeah, Yuki wins.
Boys on the hill 4-3. Sanjin's on the hill here. This is for the point, for the match. And to obviously just cement his place at the top of the table.
Yeah, stay in the bubble. Staying on cloud 9. I mean, the payday is not in sight yet, but 5 days of matchroom pool, Sanjay Pelivanovic is bossing this group of 16 players.
Yes. He is so far, but things are going to get a little more dicey.
Sure. But whatever the outcome may be, a good showing already.
Very good showing, yeah. Completely agree. And obviously moving forward, Alex, over the next, you know, the remainder of this event, he's going to be feeling good, isn't he? He has to be.
Using all the pocket had to offer. Two balls needed for a 5-3 win and to go 12 wins out of 14 matches. Absurdly strong.
Extension called.
Yeah, he's taking this serious, and what I mean by that is, you know, he's at the top of the leaderboard, he's qualified, things are looking good, and he's still wiping the queue down here on this 9. He wants to beat Shaw. He wants to, you know, send a little message out there.
Taking names. Yeah, and that 9-ball goes down. Formidable breaking by young Peglivanovic. Beats Jason Shaw. Stays on top of the table alone by himself. 12 wins out of 14 matches. And we'll get ready for the last match of this session. FSR against Albin Ouschan.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
This championship is being played with the new RMS tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My RMS Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My RMS, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Of the Kazoo Champion of Champions!
It's time for a little bit of damage scan.
Let's hear it for your champion of champions, Ronnie the Rocket O'Sullivan!
Well, we have just watched a battle of the top two players in this event so far. 1 versus 2. Sanjin Perlovanovic wins the match 5-3 over Shaw. And this is what it means. It means he's still only lost 2 matches. Shaw's lost 4 matches, sits in second, tied with Oy. So the top 3 have only got 1 game left to play, and that would be stage 1 done, if you like. Then Ruiz, Pagulayan, Conrad, Nguyen, Albin, Shane, they've all played 13, so they've got 2 left. Skylar Woodward, we've not seen him yet today. He plays tonight. He plays his last 3 matches tonight. He sits in 10th. He's on 6 points. Unfortunately, the 2 lady players are at the bottom of the table. Two-time champ.
An echoing high five between FSR and Albin Ouschan. I think with Chris Melling's loss, we have our 10 names for stage 2 starting tomorrow. Melling will not be able to leapfrog Woodward, SVB or Albin Ouschan. Nonetheless, every point is important as they carry over to stage 2, and from 10 players they will then play to go down to 6. And, you know, no gimmies anymore in that list of 10 players. Every point is important.
Sorry,
and will be hard fought.
Yeah, sorry, Alex. I thought you'd finish. I was just going to say, I bet Woodward's been for a bit of food, a bit of clothes shopping today, thinking I'll go there tonight. I've got it all to do, and he's going to come here knowing that it's okay. Unbelievable. Kick and stick from Ruiz.
Takes a jump cue. Nice distance between the cue ball and the 5. My only worry, if I were jumping, would be that 8 ball. The jump itself is very doable. Can't hit that cue ball too low. Big sigh by Albin Ouschan. The holder is guaranteed a place in stage 2. But he wants to make a feel-good transgression.
Extension called.
Lost his winning ways somewhat the past couple of days.
Looking at the leaderboard, Alex, if I'd have asked you your top 10, I don't think you'd be far off, would you? You know, when you look at the players that are going to exit.
Yeah.
Extension, please.
Yeah, right about close, but the order of these 10 names, that's very different from what I would have envisioned. Pagulayan at the top. 2 Americans dangling down below, place 9 and 10.
Yeah, I mean, after the first stage, maybe you wouldn't quite pick it that way, but we're not shocked to see it that way. But obviously come to the next stage, things can start to change around a little bit, because all 10 players are going to go again and play each other.
In general, I feel that players who cruised through the opening stages of a tournament then fall back a little bit, and the players that had a harder route, they shine in the latter stages of a tournament. Like often you'll see, I think, the player that does well in the opening rounds wins easy, big scores, then gets defeated, where someone that comes from the loser side in a double knockout format goes on to win the tournament. So I would say, if I look at the top 10, that a winner, according to that concept, the winner would come from place 6 to 10. But it means that tomorrow and Sunday, one of those players really needs to step on the gas. Would be something for Albin to do it once again. Winner of 2 previous league events. Straight enough on the 5. Just a stun shot, move that cue ball over. Some 5 inches to the right would be fine.
We all know Albin's won a lot of big pool tournaments since Nineball's come alive. And this is about the time where Albin usually picks the game up a little bit like what you were just saying, Alex. Starts off a little slow, goes through the motions, misses a few balls, throws the cue down a little. But now this is where he'll kick on. The next stage of the event, the business end of the event.
He's a star at that, the rope-a-dope tactic. 1-0 Ouschan, and I want to excuse myself for speaking early. I said the first 10 names are set, but it's not the case. Chris Melling standing at 11, even though he lost his match against Nayuki Oi, still has a chance.
Yeah, he's obviously got to beat Khalid Al-Ghandi later on. If he lost that match, then he is out, because he would not be on 6 points. But if he gets to 6 points and Woodward loses all 3, then it's going to go on a count back of racks won, racks
on
lost.
racks, yeah. So Woodward would need to lose all 3 and with good numbers.
Second rack.
But it is in Woodward's hand. But he's not got it all his own way tonight, Woodward, because he plays Strickland, Pagulayan, and the Yukioi. 3 tough matches there. Nineball's close.
Perfect cue ball control. FSR's trademark. 2 long rails, then bump onto the lower side of the 9 and hold the cue ball with draw. Seems improbable that he could do that on purpose, but he does it time and time again. He's eyeing up something on that 9. Can have a go if he's able to control the cue ball.
Attention, please.
Play it as a shot to nothing. Shot, beautiful.
Sanchez-Ruiz wins the second track.
Also Ouschan visible in the corner, complementing the combination. Very difficult. It wasn't so much a shot to nothing. But he gets it done. It's not a jury sport. Sink to 9. On a legal shot, win the rack. That's what it's about.
Yeah, made that look easy. Did Ruiz. 9 wins from 13 for Francisco. Just the 2 games left.
Rack.
One after this.
Evolution break.
Yeah, that was a good break also.
That's it. Kicked back up table, but with enough speed to come back down to center table with shape on a 2. Side pocket is not a problem. He can float this in. Maybe even come across, play the 3 to the same pocket. Is this straight enough to play with draw? Good break, a good result after the break is pivotal. Keeps the game easy, keeps you in rhythm. Keeps you in stroke. I remember Ouschan's final in the European Open against SPP was in the beginning of this break format, where the players didn't have the consistency yet. They looked lost. Not now, not today, Ouschan. A break and run to take the lead against FSR. He's in need of some running on day 5 of this PLP. 2-1 in the last match of this afternoon session.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days. An immovable object. Something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament. The major's in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
The 4th rack. Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz to break, trailing 2-1.
This is the last match of the afternoon session on day 5. Judgment Day here in Leicester. Table 2 has finished. So this is the last match out in the arena.
FSR hitting this break even more perfect than the previous one. Look at the impact with the 9. slam in the face, and then that draw that sucks the cue ball back to center table. I'm not saying by any means that if another top player would have FSR's consistency on the break, that they would get his successes that he's had over the past 12 months. But it would make many a top player, any top 20 player in the world, a believer to be able to do so, because so consistent. He'll track towards the 6 and 9 coming out of the corner. That's straight enough to drop below the 5. Checking here if that 7 goes to the corner.
Dead straight.
And this has really, not this shot, but the shot on the 6 has been his bread and butter. Like medium distance shots, 30-degree angle, under pressure, they get missed into the long rail. And he has made many, many, many of those under pressure.
This exact shot is what you are talking about. How does he play this? Little soft stun, or will he risk going forward to hit it a little bit more positive?
He would like to stroke it. That's how he has made most of them. This here choosing to let that cue ball go into the 9.
Yeah, nicely done. You could see the way he was gearing up for the shot, couldn't you? Before he was wiping the cue down in his hand, and then he steps into the shot. That's his little pre-match routine. Very superstitious player is Ruiz.
Why? Because he wipes the cue?
No, I filmed a What's in the Bag with him a couple of days ago, and he's got so much stuff in his cue case. He's like got key rings off people that he always leaves in. He's got pictures.
Oh, I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And that's on your channel?
I've not put it out there yet. It'll be out in less than a week.
Oh, that's sneaky. Sneaky little pitch. Can't wait.
Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz wins the break.
Yeah, and this is why he's doing so well. He's got his own way of doing it, and you know, he's won so many big tournaments within the last 14 months. All started at the Derby City Classic 2022, where he beat Filler in the final of the Nineball. Since then, he has been a man on a mission.
It all started at our Mosconi Cup after party when we were harassing David Al-Ghandi because he was proclaiming that FSR would become the next big player.
Yes, he was actually, and we was all saying no.
That was like December.
Listen, every time I see David at an event, he just sort of looks at me and winks. We've got this little thing going. 9-ball's close. The 9-ball is there as he cheers for a golden break. Albin Ouschan. Was it the cue ball? Yeah, the cue ball straight into the 9.
All right.
Yeah, there was a time where you got good odds betting 2 or 3 golden breaks in the whole tournament. Not now. We have like 2, 3 per day. I've seen Shaw make one, Melling made one, Albin now. It's got to do with the break, of course, the cut break. 3-2, Albin Ouschan's lead.
Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz to break.
This is his before last match of the Austrian. Would like to get to 9 wins. Little thick on the 1. Now it's to the referee's discretion to tell a player if he's breaking on the on the soft side. They need to have an intent to break with speed. I think this was borderline. Different ways to play this. He can try and run into the 4, or he can go 3 rails. If he gets around the 5, going forward 3 rails, then the 6 wouldn't be too much of a worry for me. It's unlikely to come around to 5, hit the 6 and not have a shot on the 3. Low on the cue ball. Choosing to go into the 4. Look how that worked out. Distance to the 3, yeah, but the 4 bumped into position. That makes a stop shot on the 4 already good enough.
It wiped its feet.
Yeah, but more than that, he's on the wrong side of the 4 now. Right?
No, I think he's just okay. I think he can go forward, Alex, and just use the rail. Yeah, he's okay. And if you look where the 6 is, you can get a nice angle to get up for the 7, then the 8 just lends itself for the 9, so this rack is as good as over.
I think Shaw, Pagulayan and FSR Ouschan, these 2 matches are a prelude to what we can expect tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, well said. That's well pointed out, because we are going to lose the bottom 6 players after tonight's play. Top 10 advance. And it's, you know, it's going to be the strongest top 10. Not just because they finished in the top 10, but maybe on paper as well.
Yeah, and they're warmed up. They feel like this is their home table.
Yeah, and how much pool have we played as well this week? So they're really warmed up. This is 5 days of action. And we wouldn't expect anything else than these two big European players, Mosconi Cup legends, world champions. This match is tied at 3 apiece.
Hopefuls go into action over 6 days. When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something is got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
Break. 3x each. Albin, Ouschan, break.
Both players making the head ball in the side pocket every break. I promise you, it's not as easy as they're making it look. Right on cue. Thank you, Albin, for that one.
Yeah. 2 ball down.
It's not easy though, is it, Alex? I know are we ever going to get to the point where the 1 ball keeps disappearing?
No, because day 1 and 2 players were having trouble. It's a fine balance. It's the thickness of the hit on the one, the speed and the amount of draw. Because you need to manipulate the one. The tangent line off of the second ball doesn't point towards the side pocket. You need to work it to make it work.
Yeah, good pot there. He was fortunate that the cue ball didn't stay behind the 7, but not much Albin can do about that. He just got to bear down and knock this in, and he cued it nicely. Looked like he jumped up a little bit upon impact. It's not something I've ever really seen him do. Usually stays very still. And even though these two players have qualified, this is still a big match for Albin. This is why he's giving it everything. Because he's on 7 wins. This would put him up to 8. And he'd only have one more match to play tonight. There's actually 4 players, Alex, on 13 matches played and 7 points. Albin's one of them.
Every match counts. Think of it as a poker tournament. Do you want to get to the final table with a small stack?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do too. You know, metaphorically speaking.
Just checking his angle here. Gotta go forward, but if it's just off straight, he may go off the back rail. Yeah, it's okay. Finds the back rail. That leaves a nice angle just to slide up past the 9.
Yeah, under pressure. 2 things important. Maintaining your finesse, speed control, and decision making. And both these assets, Albin, Ouschan, has them in abundance. I don't think he's the best ball striker, not even close actually, but he's just very cool. Very good speed.
Yeah, what he does do is he plays this, you know, this equipment, you know, the TV table, the shiny new balls. He plays all this very good, doesn't he? He's a master in this arena. That's why he's won so much.
The maestro from Klagenfurt goes up 4-3. Another break and run. Started with a good opening shot on the 1. Perfect cue ball control. A little slow. He's taking a little more time than in the opening couple of days. As you pointed out, finish line is drawing nearer. Now last break for FSR to come up. Keep the pressure on and the consistency of FSR's break.
Let's see. Leading 4-3, Francesco Sanchez-Ruiz.
It's not a button, and once you have it, you can press it every time. His break has been proven to hold up.
I would say out of every player here this week, though, he is the one man who makes the head ball more than anyone else. I'm convinced with that stat.
Yes, and apart from the 1 ball finding a pocket, his cue ball control is second to none. His cue ball has hit the lower short rail the least. I think maybe in the whole tournament 5 times, if that. Top corner, playing with low to take the 9-ball out of the equation. Actually, the risk of landing behind the 9.
Yeah, we talk about the break showing pool, but it's not the be-all and end-all. He's still lost 4 matches, 9 wins from 13 matches. Could be 5, because Albin will be breaking in the last if it gets there. It looks like it's going to. This is a nice split.
Yes, that typical walk around the table when he starts to feel good.
Yeah, it's like a little hop, isn't it? I'm winning all the tournaments, all the trophies, all the cash. I'm going to bounce around the table.
Come and get me.
El Ferrari is his nickname. Also known as FSR.
Well, he used to play a lot quicker.
Didn't we all? Well, this would be a fitting end of today's play. Took a little wobble, wiped its feet, but it's fell in the pocket. So this 9-ball for FSR. We're going to finish today's play with a 1-rack shootout. Albin Ouschan will be breaking to try and win a point. And it's a big point. This will be Albin's 14th match. He'll have 1 match left tonight. That match is against Alex Pagulayan. Alex is having a good week here. Really found some form in his latter years as a professional.
Well, he's 44. Come on.
Over, pal. It's over.
He just needs to be hungry and believe.
Good break.
But I think if you're hungry enough, then you'll be a believer.
I think Albin's got to be looking at the bank shot here. I know he's obviously a great safety player, either or, but it looks like it lends itself for a bank shot.
Yeah. He doesn't miss many banks, and that is because he only plays them when he likes them. He'll tell you that he cannot bank, but he does bank good. Difficulty here is he needs to squeeze the 2-ball a little bit. And if he plays with draw, he risks going towards the 4. So stun run through perhaps. Yeah, stun run through made the bank more difficult. So a mistake I think that he made here, he tried to squeeze the 2-ball by using a lot of speed, but if you use a little bit of left spin on the ball, on the cue ball, that puts check on the object ball, and then you don't have to slam it that much because speed kills action in bank pool. You know, medium speed, trace of left spin would have done the job.
He's been very fortunate not to leave Ruiz a pot for the match. Two rails. It would go along the back rail, but
yeah, and if it doesn't go, as long as the cue ball tracks down table, he has the 6, the 7, the 8 to work for him. Needs to hit the 2-ball on the way out. Hit it on the way in and sells out.
yeah, that was a poor effort from Ruiz. He would like to get a little bit more action going there. The fact that he hit it pretty full actually, coming off the side rail.
Now, if he lands a little low on the 4, for the 4 to the same pocket, You'll have a natural angle to go into the long rail left and then track towards the left side of the 7. He's pointing to a different spot on the rail. Stay low, or is he coming high? Yeah, tried to come out high. Made a little mistake here. So he tried to be high with a natural angle to go short rail, long rail to the right, and then cruise into his line for the 5. He's left himself a little straight.
Extension, please.
Can he play follow with right? He's drawing straight back to the long rail, maybe with left to come closer to the 5. Swings it all the way north. Lost his cue ball. He's lucky to not scratch. Now the pocket is open, top right, otherwise he wouldn't have gone there with the cue ball. Makeable pot, but a big 7, I tell you. Shot. I like how he played that. I like it.
Another roll, which would have been a phenomenal positional shot. Good effort.
He's all in. Slice it. No extension left.
Yes, back in play. Back in play he is. 2 big shots there from Albin Ouschan. A little smile from Sanchez. He knows this one's done.
Oh.
Ish done. Wow, dropped the shoulder there.
Wow, 2 great shots by Albin. That cut on the 5 and then the cut on the 6, traveling some 12 meters in 2 shots.
Like a match on Ouschan.
That's it. What a classic to end with. 2 buddies, 2 Mosconi Cup buddies. Albin Ouschan nicks it in the end. 5 racks to 4.
Thanks for now, Kev.
That's the afternoon session over. Table 2 finished quite some time ago, and this is what it all means. Albin Ouschan, well, he's in 6th place. 8 points. Big win there. Sanchez, 9 points. As you can see there, the top 4 players will stay on to play Ouschan. We'll finish up with SVB versus Sanjin Pelovanovic. who has only lost 2 matches so far. And we're going to do it all at 5:30 p.m.